Okay, sorry about the technical difficulties, everybody. We don't know why StreamYard decided to collapse right there, but we still have a very long and very thorough show. Boomtown, we see your question. We just want to let you know we are going to get to that soon enough. We are going to talk about him in depth. But I think Matt, were you on for the Rangers? How you're looking at this season?
Yeah, I think Filk was talking about how.
Yeah, I mean, it was on me, and then I got cut off in the middle of it in the street, and StreamYard just crapped out on us.
Yeah,
so should have come back with Batman Returns. Yeah, well, that would have taken some time for Mark to make that, so it would have been an on the fly type thing. And
that one is Batman Returns.
So, but yeah, this could go either way. This could really go either way. I mean, I understand this. Get Kirill, even though it's Krill. It's Kaprizov, but whatever. But, I mean, it's honestly, it depends on how the season starts. If they have a start the way that they did and they can keep that going for a little bit, then yeah, this team can maybe surprise. But this could go either way real quick. I mean, that defense, what are you getting out of them? We're going to talk about that too.
Mm-hmm.
I get the trepidation of JT Miller, but I also, you got to look at it from the other side too, though. Pettersson was just as much of a problem as Miller was in Vancouver, and Pettersson still is a problem. He didn't live up to that contract.
So Matt, go ahead. How are you looking at this season going in?
I've been saying this for a while now. Going into this year, I have no expectation. To be honest, I think they missed the playoffs again. I think they probably either finished 5th or 6th. They're probably competing with the Islanders for that either 5th or 6th spot for me. I think they're probably better than the Penguins are going to be the worst team in the Metropolitan Division. That's not even a doubt. And then the Flyers, I think, will just be under them. But I mean, listen, there's still, like Phil was saying, there's so many question marks with this team. This defensive core, apart from the top pair with Fox and Gavrikov, is a flaming hot pile of ass, with Soucy and Borgen being your second pair. And then your third pair could be any combination of Morrow, Vakanainen, and Braden Schneider. And to be honest, listen, I would love to see Scott Morrow play. I'm just afraid that he's going to take the role of Zach Jones and just sit in the press box and spectate games. That's my biggest fear. And then my also biggest fear with the D-core is I'm afraid that those two other defensive pairs are so bad that they're going to have to split up Fox and Gavrikov eventually, whether that be, a couple games into the season or maybe even the halfway point of the season. I fully expect that to happen eventually throughout the season, just because I think those two other D pairs are just going to be terrible to watch. Listen, the top 6, name-wise, it looks decent, but again, we've seen some of those guys the past couple of years disappear when the lights shine bright. Panarin, most notably, Mika Zibanejad again. How is he going to look? Whether he plays center or wing this year. Obviously, does Vincent Trocheck bounce back after a poor season from last year? Does Alexis Lafreniere, does he take improvements after last year's season where he got paid and disappeared? And then again, I think everyone's looking forward to seeing how Will Cooley progresses this year. And then I look at that bottom 6, and listen, I'm sorry, but I think everyone could agree here that bottom 6, that doesn't strike any fear into anybody. I mean, it's really poor for me. I mean, Sam Carrick, you want to say fine. I think he's a decent 4C, but then, you have Rempe there, you have Adam Edstrom there. And then the third line for me is like arguably the biggest problem because, when you look at a lot of top teams in the league, and especially you look at the team that just won back-to-back cups last year, you look at the Florida Panthers third line, they're icing guys out there like Anton Lundell, Eetu Luosterainen, Brad Marchand. And then you look at the Rangers third line, Juuso Parsons as your 3C. Does that scare anybody? I mean, it scares me because I have to watch it on a nightly basis, and I have to watch that guy turn the puck over in the neutral zone, many, many times. You got Taylor Radish there. Brett Berard, which Brett Berard is a guy, and I'm sure we're going to talk about him more in the stream. That's a guy that I'm very excited to watch this year. And then there's other questions there. Does Brendan Hoffman crack the roster? I mean, it's his 5th year or 6th year, depending on when he was drafted. Does he crack the lineup? What do the Rangers do with Gabe Perreault? Does he start the year in the AHL with Hartford which I think is the smartest thing to do. And then the other big question, alongside with Igor as well, and along with Jonathan Quick, how does Mike Sullivan introduce and implement his style and his system on this roster? Do the players buy in? How long does it take them to buy in? And how well will they adapt to that roster? There's a lot of ifs and buts and what ifs to the season. That's why for me, just going based off that, that's why for me, like I said, I have no expectation this year.
Evan, what's your expectations?
I think that if I was to construct my standings right now, I would have them 5th in the Metro. And the only reason I think this team can make the playoffs is because the Metro is horrible. Because to me, the teams that I would have ahead right now is Carolina. I think they're the clear-cut favorite in the division. I think New Jersey's second, but with them, health is a huge problem. I think Columbus is going to take a step forward. I think Washington, while they did get lucky last year with a lot of their puck luck and everything, I still think they're better than this team that just is so fundamentally flawed with so many different things. Like, first, you have what Matt said with, how long does it take them to adjust to a new system? If they do adjust to a new system, how long do they actually stay bought into the system? Because the unfortunate part is that, they bought into Laviolette's system for 2 or 3 months, but then once they hit that adversity in January in that 23-24 season where they had like a 4 or 5 game losing streak or whatever it was, they ended up just resorting back to whatever the crap was we saw under like Gallant and Quinn. So how long will they actually be bought into this system? You have just a huge issue with the roster construction itself because, okay, you're going to put Mika Zibanejad next to JT Miller, but now you have a glaring hole at your 3C spot. If you put Mika at center, okay, is he going to be good enough at center? And then on top of that, you're weakening your spots on the wing. So it's like you're banking on so many young players to take a step forward that I don't quite know are ready. Like Gabe Perreault does not look ready based on what I saw in the rookie games. And it's only rookie games, so that only says so much. But to me, that's where he should be shining. And the fact that he wasn't even like a top 5 player, in my opinion, for the Rangers in those rookie games is very concerning to me. Is Brennan Othmann going to be any semblance of a top 6 forward? I don't think so. I think he could be a fine third line forward. But the problem is if you're putting Mika as your 3C, then you kind of have to move Othmann up in the lineup. And it's like, okay, now your wings are what, Cooley, Lafreniere, Panarin, and Othmann in your top 6. That's just simply not good enough for me. Noah Laba is a case to make the roster, and that will help the 3C spot a lot if he does. But then again, you're also banking on another rookie, which we know, and it's unfortunate, but we all know as Ranger fans, that's not an ideal situation to be on, because what was the thing we've been saying for the past 4 or 5 years? If Lafreniere and Kakko take the next step, they could be true cup contenders, and it never happened. If they can't develop guys that had higher pedigrees than guys like Perreault, guys like Laba have, and all these other young players we're counting on, why should I count on them to, develop those type of players? To me, that's just the big concern. If Juuso Parsons, the 3C, that's another problem to me. So it really comes down to how much Sullivan could squeeze out of the stone here, which, I like Mike Sullivan. He'll get the most out of this team. But at the end of the day, if you don't have the talent to get over the hump, then it doesn't matter. I mean, we saw it in Pittsburgh at points.
I just want to interject real quick. While I agree with a lot of what you're saying, you bring up some good points. I do think that we're talking about player development, and that's been a big problem for the last 6-7 years here in New York. I think that if anything, if I know that this team is going to be a complete crapshoot, and I don't have really any faith in them to go anywhere or do anything, I think I would rather watch those kids go out there and play on the third line like that.
That I agree with.
I would rather watch a team that I know is just going to be a middle of the pack playoff bubble team that's probably going to end up missing the playoffs. I'd rather go watch Noah Laba play as the number 3 center. And I would rather see what he can do there and what Othmann can do there. Give them a chance. Just let them go at that point. If that's what they're determined to be, If that's what they're destined to be, then just let the kids play, see what they have, and try to answer your questions internally instead of going externally and then causing more salary cap problems by overpaying for players that you should be able to develop fairly easily because they're more akin to dime a dozen players than they are rare franchise types. Like, you should not be having to go overpay a third line center $5 to $6 million to come in and be your third line center. You should be able to draft and develop those guys. And that's something that you've said several times, even out of your own mouth, Evan. We don't, you can't. I don't remember who it was you were saying, but it was we shouldn't be going and acquiring. I think it was maybe Yanni Gourde you said it about. We shouldn't be going and trading for Yanni Gourde. We should be drafting and developing the next Yanni Gourde.
Yeah,
something along those lines. It might not have been that player, but that's
Brady Tkachuk.
Yeah, Brady. Yeah, well, Brady Tkachuk
Or
is
Tom Wilson.
That's yeah. Tom
no, yeah,
Wilson,
it was Tom Wilson was one
Yeah.
of them. Same with Yanni Gourde. I've said it about a few of those guys, but yeah, I mean, I agree with that. That I'd rather see the young guys. That was part of why I didn't like them signing Taylor Radish, because to me, instead of signing Radish and giving Parson the money he did, you could have went out and maybe got a decent third line center at a cheap price and see what's out there in that regard, and then you actually have a competent 1-2-3 down the middle, and you see what you have with those kids on the wings. That was part of my argument when they signed him. But the last point that I also did want to make with my expectations, another concern that I have is how much is left in Jonathan Quick, which Matt touched on a bit. I honestly am in doubts more than I think most are, because it went very under the radar, and I know the team in front of him was garbage, but he had a sub 890 save percentage from January 1st on last year.
Yep.
To me, that is not good enough at all
No,
to
it's
help
not.
you win games when Igor's taking his mental reset, or if, an injury comes about, or just simply when he needs an off day. That's not good enough. So
No,
it's like, how long are you going to be able to ride him into the ground here? And to me, I don't think he's going to be here by Christmas. I genuinely think Dylan Garron's going to start to get some share of the net, whether it's a 3 goalie rotation or whether it's, Jonathan Quick, just, things ending there. I don't know what they do in that regard, but to me, it's like, I don't know how much more you have left with Jonathan Quick.
I'm gonna stop this just for a second because we've got Steven. I didn't think you were making
All
it
right,
today.
Steven, how we doing?
Hey guys, I literally got home like 5 minutes ago, so I saw you guys were still live, so I thought, you know what, I'll jump on.
Yeah, we had some technical difficulties and StreamYard crashed, so we literally just started back up just over about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I see 13 minutes 30 seconds. Like,
Yeah,
eight.
I don't even know
Yeah,
what
no,
happened
we covered a lot beforehand, like JT Miller and Eddie Jockman. But give us your thoughts, what your expectations are on the season, Steven.
On the season, I think it's going to be hilarious that we have a Game 7 patch on the shoulder and might not make the playoffs. But who knows, man? It's year one of a new coach. Anything's possible. Look at 21, 22, and 23, 24. So I don't know. I really don't know what to expect from this team, but training camp is going to be interesting because I think there's more places up for grabs than fans realize.
Yeah, I keep looking at it and going, there's a lot of things that went wrong. And I think that this team should think more about futures than this season. But there's Panarin, who's on a contract year. So could he outproduce what he did last year? Fox training in new methods. We're going to talk more about that later in depth. Do they have enough depth to compete? When you think about them last year, they scored more goals than the New Jersey Devils, and it wasn't even close. They beat them by, I believe, 14. So it's one of those things of, are they really that bad? Can things go better? And then they make the playoffs. But if they make the playoffs, are they really going to go anywhere? Because that's the other thing you have to think about. And the Metro is such a crapshoot, and it really is. We could go through team by team by team, but let's get down to our 5 important Ranger questions. And let's start with this one, Steven. Let's go back to you and do this and go around that way. What are you getting from this defense outside of the top pair?
Every time I'm down on this team, I have to remind myself that we signed Gavrikov.
Mm.
Right? And Phil, a question for you. When was the last time the Rangers had two legitimate first pair defensemen on the first pair?
You would probably, I mean, Leach and James Patrick didn't play on the same pairing, from what I remember. They were on two different pairings. So I don't even. Zubov and Leach were not on the same pairing. They were on the same power play tandem. I can't remember a time in my lifetime then, because I never thought of Jeff Bukaboom as a legitimate top pairing guy. I just thought of him as a guy that meshed well with Brian Leach and kind of gave you the other aspects of what Leach was lacking.
To me, Bukaboom is a more favorable than Girardi. Like the way we remember him because he won a cup, but he's not a true first pair defenseman like Leach was, like McDonough was, like Fox is. So we may have to go back to before the Berlin Wall fell, that we had two legitimate first pair defensemen on the team.
I mean, no, yeah. Ryan Lindgren was a Warrior though, so I think we had one recently.
I mean, I can't even say McDonough and Girardi because I always thought that Girardi was. I always thought that he was never good enough really to be on that top pairing either.
Yeah, I think Girardi played with McDonough because, they played well together, same as Lindgren and Fox, but neither Lindgren nor Girardi was a legitimate top pair defenseman. So we finally have a top pair that, I mean, which pair in the league can rival this pair on paper? Taves-Makar?
Taves-Makar is probably the best pairing in the league.
And then what? Is there another pair that you can comfortably put ahead of Gavrikov Fox on paper before opening night?
Maybe Hughes and Hronek.
Yeah, I would say Hughes and Hronek also.
Yeah, but is that because Hronek is a first pair defenseman, or is it just because Quinn Hughes is so damn good?
It's part of it, but Hronek is a decent number too. Like I'm not going to sit there and say he's like a top end too, but he's. I mean,
so is the difference between Hughes and Fox bigger than the difference between Gavrikov and Hronek?
I think Gavrikov is definitely better defensively, like by a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that Hronek is better offensively than he is, but it also depends on what you're doing with Hronek, because now if you pair him with Hughes, the offense isn't running through him like he had more of a say of it in Detroit.
So is it fair to say that we're at least having a discussion of this being the second best pair in the league then?
Yeah, I think that's
second or third.
That's fair. Let's just say top three, and there's no argument about them being in the top three.
All right. So, like I said, every time I feel down about this team, I remind myself that we signed Gavrikov for, was it $7.5 million?
Seven even.
Seven even.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, guys. It was only $7. I'm so sorry. $7 million a year for Gavrikov, who is a legit first pair defenseman. Can play a shutdown role. The big question marks are up front, and you mentioned Zibanejad, you mentioned Panarin. I feel a little bit weird about JT Miller being the captain after he was kicked out of 3 locker rooms in his career, but oh well. The offense really needs to step up here. We need more from the bottom six, because the year we won the President's Trophy, who was this? Does anyone remember who the 7th highest scoring forward was on the team?
What, this past year?
No, the year we won the President's Trophy.
It had to be could it have been Jimmy Vesey? It honestly might have.
It was Jimmy Vesey with 26 points.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So we had 6 forwards who put up 50+ points each, and Panarin at 120 and Zibanejad, I think, at 91. The 7th highest scoring forward was Jimmy Vesey with 26 points. You need more from your bottom 6. And if that's not happening, we can talk all we want about Gavrikov Fox, and we can talk all we want about Panarin putting up another 120-point season. It's not going to matter.
Mm.
Yeah, well, that's the thing I was going to get at. I was going to say that, yeah, we're talking about this pair, and I think that pairing is great. And I think they have the potential to be maybe analytically the best pairing in the league. But that's what, 22 to 25 minutes a game? What's happening with that other 35 to 38 minutes per game? That's my question.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I put this as one of the questions, because I think this is paramount to be able to answer this. Is Schneider playing on his offside with Borgen? I mean,
well, you basically have two options here. You can either play Schneider.
Gabriel. Thank you, Gabriel. If you're playing them 25 plus minutes per game, I don't think you can do 30. Like, not even Drew Doughty does like 27. Drew Doughty's like one of the biggest minutes eaters since his arrival in the NHL. But
Phil, the biggest reason we lost to the Devils in 2012 was because we kept playing 4 defensemen and 9 forwards.
Well, five defensemen,
or five defensemen.
Yeah, they didn't want to play Stu Bickle more than a minute and a half per game.
Stu Bickle, I think, played 3 minutes 41 seconds in a triple overtime game against the Capitals, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, in the game 3, the Gabrick winner. Yeah.
But basically, on the second pair, you have two options. You can either play Schneider on his offside on the left, or you can go with a Susie Borgen pairing because they played together in the past. They were analytically the worst pairing on a Seattle Kraken team that wasn't close to making the playoffs. Yeah, they played together.
Minutes.
To quote Don LaGreca, poorly, I might add, when he was talking about Evan Neal, that whole rant. Susie Borgen is not a good pairing. And now you throw in Andre Schuster on a PTO. Morrow's in the mix, Robertson, Vakanainen. I don't know what to make of the defense outside of the top pair.
You know what? I hope I've heard that he was playing with a messed up shoulder, Braden Schneider. But I do think that if he comes back and he's healthy, he can be better. We've seen him play good when he's healthy. I just wonder about him on his offside. Yeah.
Well, to his credit, when Braden Schneider played on the left last season, he made Jacob Trouba look decent. And that's not an easy task.
Fair.
So
I mean, I see Bill's comment about Fox, and I would have to say, after seeing what he did in the offseason, the one guy that I'm really looking for is Fox. Like, I am really excited to see what he can do, because even Spittin' Chicklets, they were talking about him on Spittin' Chicklets. And Ryan Whitney came out and said it. And I have friends that are actually friends with Fox and his brother. And I've heard some things about Adam. I'm not going to say, but let's just put it this way. He's put the most, I think, we've ever seen in terms of effort, in terms of his off seasons. From everything I'm hearing from everyone, this is just the most he's focused on his off-season training. And I think coming back from the knee surgery, finally being healthy, he's been able to do it. So now he's really been able to do it, really kind of been able to work on everything. So I think this season's going to be a good one for Adam Fox.
Yeah, because 12 months ago, the off-season was a bit of a clusterfuck for him. He got married, so there was that distraction, which we've seen in the past with Brendan Smith, right? He was recovering from an injury in the shortest offseason you could possibly have. We made it to Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Final. This season's completely different. We didn't make the playoffs. He had 4 months to get ready, and he was actually in the gym for once. So we'll see what he can do, but he needs to bounce back, because the whole discourse on social media about Adam Fox is, if you criticize Adam Fox for his play, you are being labeled a hater because you're saying Adam Fox sucks. No one is saying Adam Fox sucks. But if Adam Fox is the 12th best defenseman in the league, by Adam Fox's standards, that's not good enough. He needs to be at least a top 5 defenseman, because we know he can do it. He's done it in the past. So if Braden Schneider or Keandre Miller is a 12th best defenseman in the league, I am over the moon. But for Adam Fox, that's not the bar. That's below the bar for Adam Fox. And that's the point that people are missing.
Yeah, like NHL Network, I think, had Adam Fox ranked at what was it, 17th?
It was
And then-
16th, and that was one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen because the guys that they had in front of him, Roman Josi was in like the top 10, and yet he played like 50 games and had maybe like 32 points in his worst season like of his career.
Phil, some of these defensemen get these votes and get these pieces written about them purely based on reputation. Victor Hedman has been top 3 in Norris voting in seasons where he wasn't even top 10.
Yeah.
It's reputation.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Boomtown.
And the last thing I want to say about the forwards, because I don't want to get too much into the Othman versus Berard versus Rempe versus.
Yeah, we're gonna talk.
We're gonna be getting to that later.
Yeah, but not for now. The last thing I want to say for now about the forwards is the one guy that for whom the excuses have started to run out is Alexis Lafreniere.
Well, actually, Steven, before you get too far into that, let's get on to that because he's the very next question.
Okay.
Is this the year for Alexis Lafreniere finally taking the next step and live up to his draft spot? Is he going to be on Power Play 1? You know what? We haven't heard from Matt in a while.
No, Mark. Yes, no, and no.
Yeah, let's go to Matt because Matt and Evan definitely want to get their words on this.
Is this the year a certain French Canadian takes the next step? To be honest, I'm not sure. I do not know. Listen, I've always said this about Lafreniere. I think he has the skill, and I think he has the potential to be a very good player. My problem about Alexis Lafreniere has always been his attitude, because we've seen him throughout 23-24 when he got the chance, and when he was given, the faith was given to him by Peter Laviolette. He fully took it. He ran with it. And I thought he had a very good year. And to be honest, he was one of the better forwards for the Rangers in the playoffs. I mean, he was one of their best forwards in that conference final against the Florida Panthers. I mean, he was creating stuff. He was setting up guys. He was scoring some great goals. I mean, I recall that, that goal that he scored in game 3, where he deked through a couple guys and put the puck top shelf. So I know that he has the skill set to do it. To me, it comes down to attitude. And I think the biggest thing for me, and I said it in one of our group chats, either earlier today or yesterday, for me, if Alexis Lafreniere wants a chance of taking the next step, he has to be taken off that line with Artemi Panarin.
Yep.
Because I think Panarin is such a negative, he has such a negative impact, and is he's not a good influence on Alexis Lafreniere. And that's one of the biggest reasons why I don't agree with giving the aid back to Artemi Panarin, because Artemi Panarin has been one of the worst defensive wingers throughout the last couple of years. And you saw that starting to creep into Alexis Lafreniere's game. Look, I think when we drafted Alexis Lafreniere, I don't think we expected him to be a Selke-level defensive type winger, but I think we expected him to at least be solid and competent defensively, along with his ability to be able to score goals and set up his teammates and create chances. But especially last year, after he got signed and that whole problem with the locker room came out, that everyone on the team couldn't handle being held accountable. His play overall in terms of creating offense, and especially his play defensively, just dropped all the way down, and he looked like a shell of his former self. I mean, he was not physical. He was getting beaten to loose pucks. He was turning the puck over constantly, and like I said, he looked like a shell of his former self. Now, to me, I think if he gets off that line and away from Artemi Panarin, and let's say you put him on a line with, JT Miller, Mika Zibanejad, or JT Miller, Will Cooley, two guys that play more of a high-intensity game, more of a forechecking game, I think you could start to influence Lafreniere to be more defensively responsible and to be more, play more of a high-pressure, high-physical game. To me, I think that's the best way to do it. Look, he's going to get power play one time, so there's really no excuse for him not to produce at a higher level than what we saw last year and even take a step from what he did in 23-24. I think for me, like I said, I think he has the skill set to do it. To me, it's just an attitude thing. And like I said, I think he needs to be moved away from Artemi Panarin in order for him to take the next step.
Evan, your thoughts?
Like we said, we're going into year 6 of this. I'm at the point where I need to see it to believe it to actually buy into this, because last year there were times he still got the power play one opportunities when Kreider was out for a couple of games, and even towards the end of the season when they started to shift the power play around, and he still put up 4 points on the power play this year with, I think, more ice time. Yeah, this was the most ice time he's had on the power play in his entire career for a season. And, obviously he still is going to get more probably than that. But I don't know anymore what you're going to get, because I agree with everything Matt said as well, that Panarin's rubbed off on him, and the laziness is a problem. That line in general, I mean, Trocheck too, it even started to get to him a little bit because he wasn't good defensively at all last year.
Mhm.
That line in general, as much as it was great that they were putting up goals in that 23-24 season, it doesn't matter when they're on the ice for 2 or 3 goals against. So they could score a goal or two, but if they're a negative, or if they're a positive, if they're even or negative by the end of the game, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. So I don't know. To me, I also agree with what Matt was saying, where you saw some of the potential in the playoffs in that 23-24 run, to where you saw a semblance of a good player. But it's like the second he got that contract last year, it was over. And everything that we saw that was good from the playoffs last year and the start of last year just all of a sudden vanished. And the biggest problem is the streakiness with him. He is just such a streaky player. And this is really what it comes down to, is Mike Sullivan, you have to hope gets the most of him. And I don't know what Lafreniere did this offseason, but I hope that he took his offseason as seriously as Adam Fox did, or at least close, because like you're saying, Mark, and like the whole setup of this is put up or shut up time for him, because if not, he's the first cap casualty easily to help you. This was going to lead into to help you get Kaprizov, or to help you, say next year you want to open up cap space to attack more free agents. He's the first guy I'm moving if he puts up a similar season, or even if it's slightly improved and he gets to 65 points. To me, I'm moving him either way, because that tells me there were still way too many nights where he was inconsistent. And that also tells me he wasn't good enough at 5-on-5 potentially, because he might be getting more on the power play at that point.
Now my question is actually right there, evidence. Then how many points does he have to score to not get moved in your opinion?
I mean, I want to see a jump to a point per game. To me, that's what I want to see. Is it unrealistic to ask for? Yeah. Is it unfair? Yeah. But to me, it's like you were drafted first overall for a reason, and to be this much of a passenger, and even when you're a passenger of a 120-point winger and you're still not putting up enough points necessary, to me, that's still a problem.
Cool, you were saying?
There are a couple things that I'll try to address really quick, so I could let Matt talk, because I know you had something going on there. I'm sorry, buddy, but for the first thing, it was the comment here from Mike MYR for Life. I know I talked about Laviolette being the guy that there was no more excuses with, but I think after the mutiny that happened, and the Drury extension and the Miller, they're doubling down on this whole thing where it's this is how it's going to be. If you don't like it, get the hell out. So I think they're not going to pull that stuff with Sullivan. He's not getting fired after 1 year here. I'm sorry. I don't see it. I don't care what type of games they pull in the back. That's not happening again. So it's either you show up or you're out. And they really, like I said, they doubled down on that by that Drury extension. This is how it is. The other thing that I wanted to point out was there was a comment from, I'm trying to find it.
I was just going to add to that point too, that Drury and Sullivan
are
best friends. Drury and Sullivan are best friends. It's not gonna be the same in that regard, unless Drury ends up going at any point, which I think at this point it would take him doing something off the ice to get fired. I'm just convinced at this point.
My only concern, I'm not saying Sullivan's not going to be a success in New York. My only concern with Sullivan is how good of a coach is he when he doesn't have Sidney Crosby?
That's what I've been saying.
Yeah, I get it. And I've said this before in the past. I think he's done a good job with a pretty bad roster in Pittsburgh these last few years. I really do think that, like,
But if Sullivan doesn't win back-to-back cups in his first 2 seasons, does he last 10 years in Pittsburgh? That gets you a lot of leeway as a coach, right? And the Rangers don't have a leader like Crosby on their team, not even close.
no, they don't.
So who's going to be the extension of Sullivan on the ice?
Well, that's why they named JT Miller a captain.
Yeah, the same JT Miller that was calling out teammates for not playing well enough in Vancouver, and that led to a mutiny. And
okay, all right. So if we're gonna do that, though, then we have to look at that from the other side. Look at Elias Pettersson before that contract, and then his numbers afterwards. Yeah. And don't tell me that if you're gonna seriously tell me that he didn't deserve to be called out for his poor play, for like playing like basically like he got his check and he walked out, then I listen, maybe the way that JT Miller went about it could have been different, but I'm sorry. That contract is going to be one of the worst contracts in the NHL, before long if this continues.
But how is it going to affect the locker room when he calls out Mika Zibanejad and Alexis Lafreniere for not giving a shit?
Okay, so aren't these two guys that everybody wants out anyway?
And now he's got the C. Now he can actually do that. Mm-hmm. I was questioning that same thing before he got the C, and now he's got it. So maybe that's a chance on that. Matt, you had a point?
No, yeah, I mean, just to go back to your question you asked, Evan, before, Mark, about how many points does it take for you to keep Alexis Lafreniere to when we go into next season? I think for me, minimum, because I remember saying this last year, because I genuinely thought after the step that he took in 23-24 and what we saw in the playoffs, I thought he was going to hit 90 points last year. And especially with the way how he started out last year, because let's not forget, before he got extended in what I believe it was late October, early November, Alexis Lafreniere started that season very well. And then it was just after he got the extension that his game just completely
fell apart. He pulled a Pettersson.
Yeah. And so for me, back to your question, Mark, I think for me, he has to hit at least 75 points or more. Like I said, I think, like what Evan said, he has to be around a point per game player. And I also want to see him not only get that 75 points, I want to see him be a play driver. I want to see the skill set and the chance creation that we expected to get when we first drafted this guy. I don't want to see like him get like 70 points, but it's more because he's benefiting off other guys like JT Miller per se, if he's going to play on that line, right? I want to see him take the scruff of the neck. I want to see him take control, and I want to see him dominate games like a first overall pick should be. Look, I'm not expecting him to be Connor McDavid, Nathan McKinnon, but at least I want to see some semblance of what a first overall pick should be.
I was going to say also on that as well, that's the thing that matters as well. It's the context of the points, because if he's putting up like 70, 75 points, like you're saying, and I know I said I want a point per game, but he's like consistent night in and night out, and you're actually noticing an effort every single night.
That's what I was going to say.
That's a completely different story than if it's like, 70 points where he's kind of more of a passenger sitting back, getting power play points only, pretty much. Like then, we're having two different conversations here. And just to add on to the comments and what you guys were talking about with how a captain should call, his players out, I agree with that sentiment. My problem is that there were clips, and you could see it towards the end with JT Miller, where he was just coasting in games out there, and he pretty much quit on the team by the end of it.
Well, yeah, because they identified him as a problem instead of taking a look at it and saying, oh, well, Elias Pettersson isn't showing up and I'm busting my ass. And then, players are not, living up to their end of the bargain. Like when you have a player like Pettersson that's going out there and is coasting after he got his deal, and you have a guy like JT Miller that's busting his ass every night, eventually that is what's going to happen. Players are going to check out. Chris Kreider checked out after his name was put in the rumor mill. Jacob Kruger checked out after his name was put in the rumor mill. Like when his name is out there and the organization is doing nothing to support him, they're supporting the guy on the other side because he's younger and they gave him that contract. What type of message does that send to you as a person?
My thing is 2 wrongs don't make it right in that situation.
No, they don't. But
Speaking-
I mean, a lot of people that are blaming Miller are quick to dismiss Pettersson as a problem, and that's the problem I have here. Because if you're gonna call out Miller, fine, but you have to have that same type of energy towards Elias Pettersson, who hasn't recovered since he signed that deal.
No, and Phil, criticizing JT Miller doesn't mean you're giving Pettersson a pass, but
I haven't seen that. Where is it? Where is that energy?
But we cannot deny that JT Miller has been with 3 teams before. Of course, the Rangers his first stint, and all 3 teams dumped him for behavioral issues.
Okay.
The Rangers in 2018, the Lightning a year later in 2019 at the draft in Vancouver. I remember that, and now Vancouver. But my follow-up question is, why do Mika Zibanejad and Artemi Panarin still have a letter on their jersey?
That's the biggest issue.
We were discussing that earlier.
Because one of them doesn't even speak English, and the other one literally says after a poor game, if we would have won it, I wouldn't care if we played poorly.
Yeah, and
is that the leadership that you want on your team? No.
Well, that's not exactly the leader that you'd want right there. But I mean,
I'm not saying JT Miller's perfect, but yeah. I hate you, Matt.
But just getting back to this question, though, we shouldn't be going into year 6 with Alexis Lafreniere going, what is this guy? This is the reason why teams at the bottom are supposed to be the ones drafting players that they then put into their system and grow around and work around and work with them and build them. Rangers never did that.
No. But Mark, the Dallas Stars weren't a bottom team when they drafted Miro Heiskanen top 3. They won the lottery too. The Carolina Hurricanes weren't a bottom team when they drafted Svechnikov. They won the lottery too. Just because you're not a bottom 3 team doesn't mean you don't have a spot for your first or second overall pick.
The Rangers still couldn't find ways to fit in Kakko or Lafreniere. They gave up on that easy.
But no, because I want to quickly respond to this. We have seen Colin Blackwell, Dryden Hunt, Ryan Reeves, Sammy Blais, Johnny Brodzinski, and at least 10 other bottom 6 players play in the top 6 ahead of Kakko and Lafreniere for striking. Kevin Rooney played in the top 6 at some point. It's not that they didn't have a spot available for these kids. They just refused to put them in that spot because they had to teach them to play the right way, which they still don't do.
Yeah, which they still haven't done. The other thing that can happen in situations like that.
No pun intended with your last name, Kevin, obviously there. But he's absolutely right about that.
Yeah. The final thing I'll say about Lafreniere here is right now, the 24-25 season is an outlier for him as a bad season. If he bounces back now, we can just forget about last season because it's just an anomaly. If he has another poor season, now the 23-24 season becomes the outlier.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a much bigger issue because now you have a guy making $7.4 million who had one good year.
The other thing that can happen, though, in those situations is you go on a line with somebody and you're like, I'll start deferring to Breadman or JT, and you don't become the play driver. When you start actually putting your play in there, things change a little bit. And hell, even in my time over the years playing hockey, I've had times where I've been the passenger and then my confidence started to just drop. And then I'm like, what am I doing here? But when you're actually active and trying to get in the play, that's what it is. If you're not getting it, like you're not getting the puck, go get it. It's only one puck.
I would also like to remind people that 4 weeks from now, Lafreniere turns 24.
Yes.
Yeah, it's put up or shut up time. I want to see him with Miller and Zibanejad just because I think he needs Miller on his line with him to keep him like in check. And I want to see Cooley with Trocheck and Panarin because I think Panarin plays best when he has somebody that can go in there and win those board battles and be the physical presence on that line. Alexis Lafreniere is not that physical presence. He probably will never be the way he was at the World Juniors in 2020.
Who was the guy that played with Strome and Panarin?
It was Fast.
No.
Yeah, it was Jesper Fast.
Yeah, but wasn't Dryden Hunt on that
Dryden
line?
Hunt played with them for a little bit too. Yes,
Yeah.
Dryden
and then we
Hunt was
thought
20,
Dryden Hunt could be the
21,
new
22
Riley
was
Smith.
Hunt.
Was Hunt, yeah. But
Yeah.
but the point I'm trying to get at is that you need a guy like Cooley on that line there, and not only that, but that's going to help Cooley's numbers too. And I think, if anything, I want Cooley in the front on the power play. We'll talk more about that later. I don't want to get too far into that yet.
Right.
But
We're going to have to hurry these questions up a little bit, guys, because we still got 3 more, and we just went through half an hour on 2 questions.
Do we have
Yeah.
talk also?
So, Phil, let's jump right back to you. Does Artemi Panarin bounce back in his final year of his contract?
what is bounce back? Is it 90 points? Is it 100 points? Is it 110? Like,
He had 89, so we'll say 100.
I could maybe see that. I could see anywhere between 90 to 100 points. I think we need. Mark's going to break out a stopwatch.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, he might need to, but
Now I'm going
yeah,
to contract.
I think I could see Panarin bouncing back. I also think that it's definitely kind of imperative and paramount that he does. I think that you need him to be this way, because I think there are a lot of questions about this team otherwise that a big Artemi Panarin year would help mask. So if we can get him to bounce back and be like maybe a 100-point player, I think he's definitely the guy that can like lead the charge offensively. Because I think if you get that out of him, maybe you can get that 90 to 100 points out of someone like maybe JT Miller, for example. You know, so simply, yeah. I mean, this is definitely true too. So,
all right. So, Matt, you seen a bounce back year for Panarin? Matt?
I mean, for me, like what Phil said, it depends on what the bounce back year is. Is it 90 points? Is it 100 points? I mean, listen, he's very well able to. He could very well hit that just because he does have the offensive talent to accomplish that goal. Part of me also feels that I think Panarin is going to get exposed in the system, because I think Sullivan from day one in training camp is going to want to establish and imprint his high intensity, high forechecking system onto this team. And I don't think a 34-year-old Panarin, who really, when you look at his game, he hasn't shown that type of, play style at all throughout his career. I think you could very well see Panarin get exposed in this system, and I think you could see him hurt the team on most nights, because simply he's not comfortable and he's not accustomed to playing that way. So, listen, like I said, I think he's capable of putting up those points around 90 to 100, but even to me, if he does hit those numbers, again, it's like what we were saying about context. If he's hitting those numbers, but he's still a liability physically, and he's still a liability defensively, it's like, cool, you put up those points, but really, and then especially like I mentioned about those two attributes, the physicality and the defensive style. And let's say if the Rangers were to get into the playoffs per se, and they're playing in the first round and they get bounced, and Panarin looks like a ghost the way he has over the last couple of years, it's like, again, what do those points in the regular season matter? Because when it came time to the playoffs, where the ice shrinks and you have to play more of a physical game and you have to be more on your toes defensively, and you're being a liability, then it's like, it's just more of the same that what we saw over the past couple of years. So like I said, could he hit those numbers? Sure, but I want to see more than just him putting up offensive numbers.
So Matt, quick question for you then. At what number would you be happy with Panarin signing an extension?
I don't
What
want
is
him
the
back
max you would be happy with?
I don't want him back. I don't want him back at all. I mean, if he takes a short-term deal, I'm also going to be realistic. I mean, if he's maybe signing 7, 6, but I don't think that's realistic. I think he's going to want to look to get more. Like I said, for me, I don't want him back on this team in the future.
Yeah, because I don't think he's taking a pay cut either. And
I don't think he's taking a massive pay cut. And I mean, if
his
that
age
means
is enough to make it stop.
Brian is saying at half, like 6.5, maybe 7 million in 3 years max.
Good luck.
I just think that I don't like the idea of bringing him back at really at all. I mean, if they're trying to get Kaprizov and they're trying to use him as a piece, then I would say 6 years, 3 million per. But I don't see any world in which he takes that type of deal to stay here, even if Kaprizov comes here.
Evan, so do you think Panarin bounces back?
I mean, he should, hopefully, because I'm hoping that, the whole conversation has been that Mike Sullivan's going to get more out of these guys. But I also do agree with Matt, where even if he does put up 100 points, I really have no desire to bring him back at all after the season, because I'm tired of the disappearing act in the playoffs. So that's really the thing as well, because the whole conversation is, oh, well, this team doesn't make the playoffs without Panarin. Then why have they not made the playoffs in half of the seasons that he's been here?
Yeah.
This team is way too... The problem is with him is that the team is way too top heavy, and then come the playoffs, he doesn't show up, and your lack of depth isn't there to show up for him. So to me, I'd rather just allocate the money elsewhere, or again, get one of those top free agents. If you're getting Kaprizov, and that's the incentive, then maybe I'd be a little more okay with it, but it has to be a very, very short-term deal. To me, I wouldn't go more than 2 years. I know people are saying 3. I wouldn't go more than 2 then at that point. And I would make sure that there's absolutely no trade protection in that deal, because that's a deal that I would want to be able to move at any point. But in terms of just the question itself, if this was bar talk, this would be a beer layup, because I have no clue. I genuinely don't at all. But you better hope he does. That's all I could say.
Steven, so you think he's bouncing back?
I think he's going to have more points than he had this past season. I think he's going to hit 90. Wouldn't be shocked if it's 100 plus. Like I said, this team for some reason plays their best hockey when they have a new coach for year one. So we'll see how long that honeymoon lasts. I do think that having JT Miller on the team for a full season on a different line than Panarin is going to make it a little easier for him, because he's not going to be the sole focus of the opponent's best defenseman every game. Having potentially 2 100-point players on separate lines would in theoretically make it a little easier for both of those guys. So, but to Matt's point, it's not just about points. You want to see him play a more engaged style of hockey, which he did in 23-24. If he can play like that again, I don't care if he has 120 points or 75. If he plays like that, he's going to help this team win games.
Well, I think you guys got a good point, because I look at Panarin. He just does too many disappearing acts, and not so much of the regular season, definitely in the playoffs. But again, I keep citing the games late in the year when the Rangers still had a chance to make the playoffs, and he would score, and then you wouldn't hear from him the rest of the game, like the Calgary game going specifically. The Rangers' offense should never be. Steven, what did you say? Because I'm quoting you on this one. They tied the record for the most amount of single-digit shots in a period from franchise history, I think that was. That's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, was that one game in February or March? Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a stretch.
It was. Yeah, hold on. Let me actually look that up. Hold on.
All right, but it's one of those things that you just go, your team. When you go, shots on net don't matter, because after all, John Van Beesbroek had a 0-0 tie with Mike Richter back in I think it was 95. And the Rangers, I think, had 44 shots, but all for the perimeter. But usually shots on net are a good indicator that at least you're trying to score, and you're just trying to put anything you can on the net.
Yeah.
But in this case,
I found it here.
Got it.
Across 2 games, they had 5 consecutive periods with single-digit shots on goal, which was the first time in franchise history.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. You can't be having that, and especially when you have a guy that's got 89 points in a down year. But again, with Panarin, I just have no idea what the future is with this guy. And he's got a full no move clause. So the Rangers, if they're going to try to move him, it's going to be up to him. And it's just a question. And yeah, it's contract here. Is that going to – there are guys that – the old expression, pressure makes diamonds out of coal. So we'll see what happens with that. Let's go to the next one. And I think, Steven, I'll start with you on this one, which is, can Igor Shesterkin bounce back to his Vezina-caliber form? Keep in mind, the last 3 seasons since he won the Vezina, his save percentage and goals against have gotten worse.
Yeah, a lot of it's going to hinge on how the defense plays in front of him. Actually, how the 5 guys play in front of him, because defense is a 5-man game, not just the 2 guys on the blue line. But yeah, it's not just the guys in front of him. He needs to be better too, because that high glove side looks ugly. I think he's one of the players that needs that like, and Phil's gonna hate me for saying this, but like a full mental reset. I know he needs mental resets during the season, but I don't know. There is a possibility that we've seen his career year already.
I actually will agree with you on that, and now defer to Evan. Do you think Igor bounces back?
No, I don't. The defense in front, since that's what everyone talks about, it's the same defense pretty much from last year. I get that they might be coached better, but. And yeah, I mean this as well, but the defense in front there is something to be said about that as well, but it's not good. I get they're gonna play a different style in front of him, but it still consists of the Carson Soucies and Will Borgens of the world. He's gonna need a mental reset at some point, and then it goes back to the point that I also said. Jonathan Quick, I don't think makes it to Christmas. I think he's going to get the Biron treatment at that point. I think he's going to just walk off into the sunset. Garon's going to take over. And, yeah, I mean, you're going to have to run him into the ground at that point as well. And he's probably going to be tired from that. And then that's also going to cause him to need that mental reset, because he's going to be gassed out. And on top of that, he's going to be performing like garbage from having to work a lot. But, yeah, I don't know. Like, to me, it just... I think the outlier was that one season that we saw, because outside of that, most of his career has consisted of being like a 910 to 920 type of goalie, which, you'll take, but for 11.5 million, you should be getting better.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to quickly talk about the 11.5 before I forget, because it's in my head here. I get it's a lot of money. And I get that, other goalies have signed for 8.5, so you could have saved $3 million. Does it really matter when you spend $9 million combined on Soucy, Borgen, and Vakanainen, though?
Yeah, it does, because if you don't spend 11.5 million, if you get him for 8.5 or 9.5 million, that's another $3 million or $2 million you can invest into your defense. Which hold on. Which is what everyone has been complaining about. Every dollar matters. Thank you, G. Thank you.
Does every dollar really matter when you're?
Yes, it does.
No. Okay, now you gotta let me finish. Does it really matter when your general manager invests in shit players anyway?
Okay, so then if that's the argument, then you need more money to be able to save to make it towards better players instead of overpaying the goalie by $3 million.
I know, but to me, $3 million doesn't make. The $3 million in cash pays is not going to make the defense better when Chris
Yes, it will, because $3 million is the difference between Carson Soucy and someone maybe like a Sean Walker caliber type of defenseman.
That's assuming Chris Drury would go after a guy like Walker.
Okay, so if we're not going to assume that, then what's the damn point even? Like, what are we doing here?
Well, as soon as he decided to take the 11.5 million, I think he has to be elite.
Thank you, G.
He's paid to be elite.
When your GM is that damn incompetent, you do need every single dollar you can get.
Well, because again, we were asking the tough questions. They were not. Can they move on with him? They decided to move on with him. They paid him. He's a star. He plays 58 games a season max. Henrik Lundqvist needed to be hit with a puck in the throat or have a labor stoppage to play less than 60 games in a year by the time he was, I think, in year 8. So everybody kind of, when you look over, go, but Lundqvist played a hell of a lot more than Igor Shesterkin did. And your thoughts on that, Matt?
Do I think Igor can bounce, or do I think he will bounce back?
Mm-hmm.
I think he can be better than what he has shown over the past couple of years, but in terms of ever reaching that ceiling of what we saw in 21-22, no, I don't think we'll ever see that again. Part of it is because, one, like we said, that year was obviously an outlier. Second of all, the defense in front of him is a flaming pile of ass. I mean, to quote Jeff Goldblum from Jurassic Park, that is one big pile of shit, especially with the Susie and Borgen pair being your second pair. Look, I don't want to hear, and especially this comes more from the Igor, the Igor stands and, his biggest fans. Listen, if Igor is not putting up those numbers, I don't want to hear you complaining about the defense not being good enough. Because one, like we were saying, you chose to pay Igor $11.5 million instead of saving money, getting a quote unquote maybe lesser goaltender, but saving your money and then revamping your decor by adding better players. So I don't want to hear that argument that Igor, is not playing up to what we were expecting because the decors are for him. No. Listen, you can't have it both ways. You can't have your cake and eat it. You chose to pay him $11.5 million. Now he simply has to play like an $11.5 million goaltender. And I just don't think he's up to that level. And by the way, we heard all these rumors that Igor wanted this money to reset the market. How come all these goaltender extensions after Igor signed are nowhere near, the money, he's signed? And I'm not saying, like Dustin Wolf, who signed, or from Calgary a couple days ago or a couple weeks ago. I'm not saying he was going to get paid $11.5 million, but you would think maybe since Igor reset the market, he would have got a higher AAV. So, like I was saying, I think he could be better from what we saw them the last couple of years. But in terms of being 21-22 Igor, I don't see it.
I just want to jump in and say also the whole point that we heard from the crowd that wanted to pay Igor is that he would be the reason this team wins games, and he was their only shot at winning a cup. So you can't sit here and have it both ways and say, oh, the defense isn't good enough, but then also say at the same time, oh, he's the only chance they have of winning a Stanley Cup. You cannot have it both ways. And I do want to add to the point that you guys were arguing about before, that I think both things could simply be true, that you're overpaying Igor by $3 million and you're effectively wasting $9 to $11 million on guys like Susie, Borgen, Vakanainen, and Parsonen. That's the difference between a good second pair defenseman and a 3C there.
Mm.
And, I mean, I see questions like, who are you taking in a playoff series? Like, that won't matter if you can't get to the playoffs because you overpaid your goaltender and decided to not invest money that you could have saved into the defense core that you've been complaining about for the last 3 or 4 years now. It's not going to matter. So, I mean, you can talk about playoffs all you want, but has Igor won a Stanley Cup? No. And then the reason you're going to say that is because the team in front of him.
No.
Which it's a circular argument. Like, you're literally in a circular argument. It's a logical fallacy, and there's no way of getting out of it. So you're just going to go around in the same damn circle for the rest of time, and then 7 years later, we're going to look back at this contract. And I'm not avoiding the question at all. I'm explaining your logic and your line of thought, and everybody else that's saying the same damn thing. And you guys don't want to admit it, and you won't answer it. No,
and also, can I ask the question that you've been asking?
Oh, Steven's been trying to get something out.
Okay, go on.
Can we? Not that you guys are doing this, but can we stop
in circles?
Can we stop comparing Shesterkin to Henrik Lundqvist, please?
Yeah, that comparison needs to
because we are talking about a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Lazzy spawns in.
Yeah, Bobrovsky didn't win. They didn't win because of Bobrovsky. They won because of the guys Bobrovsky had in front of them.
There's
Bobrovsky
a trophy
won
that's
that
in
first
front of him.
Stanley Cup.
Yeah. Alexander Barkov ain't walking through that door.
I
There's
also
no
want to.
Forsling walking through that door. There's no Reinhardt walking through that door at what $6 million that he was making before this contract.
I also want to.
No one like that.
I also want to add to the conversation.
Has there been one goalie that has won the Stanley Cup when he was the best player on his team in the salary cap era?
And the point and the follow-up to that, Johnny, is that if you're not going to have a GM that can't put that type of team together and get those types of contracts, you need every dollar that you can get to invest in the same defense that you guys are complaining about. That's it.
Or get a different GM.
Yeah.
Tim Thomas wasn't the best player on that team, though. He had the best Stanley Cup run, but he wasn't the best player on that team.
You still had Chara and Bergeron in front.
Bergeron, Krejci, Savard. They had a stacked team in 2011. The last team. Yes, thank you, Brian. Bob was that albatross contract.
It's revisionist history. It's revisionist history at this point. And I also want to ask. I want to ask the people that
on that team
that
who
keep bringing
actually had his
up
coming out party against the Lightning in the Eastern Conference Finals.
I want to ask the people that bring up Hellebuck too. Why is it that it's Hellebuck's fault in the playoffs, but when Igor fails, why is it the defense in front? You can't have it both ways there in that regard?
Because the way they look at it is and say, "Oh, it's Shesterkin. He's so good in the playoffs." Remember, he had a .930 save percentage against the New Jersey Devils. Did you see that in games 5, 6, and 7?
Josh, your comment's spot on too. That Bob's the outlier, and I also want you to watch what Florida's going to do when that Bob contract ends after the season.
Yep.
Just watch how they're going to open the window further.
Just wait until that contract ends.
However, one thing I will say is that defense is
fucking embarrassing.
So let's move on to the last question, guys. Pardon the wording. We're just trying to say what the effect of him is going to be. But does Mike Sullivan make the New York Rangers Cup contenders again? Who would like to start? Because I haven't had you start one.
Could we I know it's not layup talk, but could we get the hoop that it's a no? I'm sorry, but there's no chance at all. Sure, Mike Sullivan could get whatever the most is out of this team, and they're not a cup contender. Florida's third line would be the best line on this Rangers roster. Yeah. The only thing stopping Florida is themselves. I still think Tampa Bay's better in the East. I still think Toronto's better in the East. I think Carolina's better, but the Rangers just seem to have their number, so it's that could go their way. But again, the whole conversation is I don't think this team is making the playoffs. So to me, I can't sit here and say that they're a cup contender either. When Will Borgen and Carson Soucy is your second pair, there is only so much Mike Sullivan could do to save the season. And who's to say they're not going to just quit on him at some point? Because we see it with every single coach. Every single coach they quit on. So if they do it, great. I will be the first person lined up at the parade. But I am not counting on it at all. I think there's a better chance I win the lottery.
Steven, is Sullivan going to have this great impact that's going to get the Rangers?
The only way this is a layup, Mark, is if Angel Reese is the one taking the layup.
Knee bounds.
Oh, God, Angel Reese. Oh.
I'm sorry. The Rangers are not going to win a cup in the next decade, man. People can call me negative. People can call me a fake fan. This team is not winning a cup in the next 10 years. Because they're not constructed the right way.
No, they're not.
This is the equivalent of building a house and
on a rotting foundation.
On a rotting foundation, and you start with the attic.
I mean, it's a pretty interesting analogy, but it's kind of accurate.
And then all the money you have, you spend it on a sports car, but you don't have a driveway to park it.
Yeah, it's literally the meme of the Ferrari or the Lambo, or whatever it is, under that awning and that trailer. Yeah. That's literally what it is.
Yeah. No, look, our best center is not a first line center on a cup winning team.
Yeah, you know what? I like JT Miller as a first-line center, but again, lower, just like Derek Stepan, lower-end first-line center. Even though I thought Derek Stepan was more of a second-line center in his day. Sorry, Johnny, I know you had him on recently, but
yeah, and look, it's not. I would love to see the Rangers win a cup. I would love to, but I just don't see it happening unless they completely revamp the team, break it down to the studs and start from scratch. But we know how that goes in New York.
100%, Johnny. 100% on that.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Yep.
it's not even just I mean, it's not even just Stanley Cup winning teams. Look at the teams in the conference final the last 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
The best players on those teams are better than our best players.
Yep. That's what it comes down to.
Florida's top 5 best forwards are better than any Ranger forward. I think we could all agree on that, no?
Is Will Borgen a second pair defenseman on the Florida Panthers?
Sam Bennett is probably not a better regular season forward, but there's very few players I would rather have in the playoffs than Sam Bennett. But again, it goes towards like, if you can't make the playoffs, you can't overpay these players. Florida overpaid Sam Bennett.
Yeah,
but Sam Bennett is not Sam Bennett anywhere other than Florida.
Yeah,
so that's why they gave him that money.
And before anyone starts talking about the state income tax, these teams couldn't even sniff the playoffs for a decade in a salary cap era.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If the no state income tax was such a big advantage, how come the Florida Panthers and the Tampa Bay Lightning and the Dallas Stars and the Nashville Predators didn't win a cup the first 10 years of the salary cap era? Or the first 15 even?
Yeah, because they got to be aggressive. They got to.
Bill Zito did a great job putting that team together.
Yeah. If we could even go to George McPhee, who started
Florida just plays the right
the Golden
way.
Knights.
Florida,
they play the game the right way, yeah.
And the state tax didn't force Buffalo to give them Sam Reinhart for a first-round pick.
No, Buffalo just gave up on Sam Reinhart. They got him as and that's another thing when people talk about Florida. Forsling, Reinhart, Verhaeghe. What do all 3 of those guys have in common? What are they? Reclamation projects.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They were cast-offs.
Yeah. Carter Verhaeghe was not given a qualifying offer by Tampa.
The Islanders dumped him for nothing.
Organization.
Yeah, dumped him for nothing. And then even with Sam Reinhart, like, he was a good player, but they like elevated him to a different level.
Sam Reinhart is not what he is outside of Florida. He's probably a 30-goal, maybe 60-point player. That's a good two-way guy, but he ain't that outside of Florida.
Look at
something within the way they play there.
Yeah, Phil, if you look at Seth Jones, did anyone expect him to have the season he was having in Florida?
I have another one I don't want to hear anything about. And this is I'm totally with Johnny on this. Me and you are not butting heads this time, buddy. But they are something about everyone that goes there just buys in. They buy in. There's no nonsense. The Eagles are left at the door. They buy in. Yeah. Why is it that they like Seth Jones? Nobody wanted Seth Jones.
Nope.
Nobody wanted him. Everybody laughed at Florida when they got him. They were like, "Oh, they just wanted to trade all these assets for Seth Jones."
About how Aaron Ekblad signed for a discount because of the state income tax. Did he sign because of the state income tax, or did he sign because, he's still with the team that drafted him, that gave him an opportunity, and he's won 2 cups with them, and he just wants to stay there because he likes being there? Could that be it? Maybe.
No, that could be it, because that's the way you get in the Hall of Fame. That's the way you get remembered, and that's what he could do.
Johnny, it's not really complaining. It's discussion. I wouldn't say
we're just discussing, Johnny. It's not really
it's
so much
being jealous of Florida's success as well. And also with the Seth Jones thing, who wasn't laughing? Matt and I, because the thing both of us have been saying for the past year or so, whatever Florida does, I just trust at this point. Like, they could sign complete ass, and I'll just trust them to make the player go. I'll sign someone off the streets.
I remember when
again. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I remember when that Seth Jones trade went down, and I'm not a Seth Jones fan, before that trade happened, but I'm like, listen, personally, I wouldn't do it. But I'm like, if anyone is going to get the best out of Seth Jones, it's that Panther team because they know how to identify guys. They'll bring them in. They'll work with them. They'll fit them into their system. Well, not even they'll fit them into their system, but before they know that they're going to acquire him, they know he's going to fit in the system. And they go, they execute. Yeah, scouting. They traded Spencer Knight in a first-round pick, and boom, they got themselves another cup.
Bill Zito is the best GM in hockey. Yeah. There's no argument about it right now. Like everything that guy does, it's the Midas friggin' touch. I don't know how he does. I mean, I got to give a lot of credit to their scouting staff as well, and at the pro and minor levels. But you got to think of it this way. One of the things that I don't think anybody's talking about, and I think he's going to have a big year for them this year, Mackie Samoskevich. Watch out for him. I'm telling you, he started to look like the part last year. They're going to give him more time, and he's going to come up and be the guy. Like I'm telling you right now, it just little things like that, they just get right. And I shouldn't be calling that a little thing.
A couple days ago, they signed Tyler Mott to a PTO. I would not be surprised if we see Tyler Mott being one of the better fourth liners in the league this year. I would not be surprised at all.
He plays the type of game that they want to play. Yeah. I mean, does he have trouble scoring? Because yeah. But I do think that I do think he would be a really good fit there. And yeah, Johnny, I'm with you on this, and that's what I said. Like he like they check their egos at the door and they buy in. It's all about buying in, and they've bought in. And yeah, he's incredible, dude. I'm telling you, he's gonna have a big year. That's good. That if I have to do a list of Ben Harper about the team, all right. But yeah, Mackie Samoskevich is somebody I'm telling you, watch out for because he's gonna get increased minutes, and you know what? He's gonna be a restricted free agent. Like he's playing for a contract. So that's a guy that I think is going to contribute more because they're going to need younger guys to start coming up as his core ages. I think that's going to be one guy he's going to shoot to the top real quick.
But just to kind of echo what your guys are saying, and this is where a team that got embarrassed got motivated from the top of the I've talked about this at length the last few years, from Bill Zito all the way down to the stick boy. They just got embarrassed by Tampa. They traded the best player they ever drafted, who was an MVP quality candidate that year. They just happened to have two other guys get ahead of him, so he wasn't a finalist. But then they trade him. You bring in Matt Tkachuk, who fits exactly the way that they want to play. You bring in Paul Maurice, who is a retread of all retreads. I mean, they almost remind me a little bit of the 1996 Yankees. They had pieces in place. They got knocked out of the playoffs. It didn't leave a good taste in their mouth. You bring in an experienced veteran coach, which, by the way, good but not great. Joe Torre never was in the playoffs or a World Series. And then he ends up coaching them to one of the best runs in Yankees history, which says something. And that's what the Florida Panthers have done. They've completely rewritten everything. And they did what the Yankees did in the late 90s. Oh, we lost this player. Let's bring in player X, put him right there. And yes, please, more likes. Put this player right in there and fit him in. They'll lose more guys, and they'll figure out another guy to go fit in there. They have a system. They have a plan in place. That is what Mike Sullivan needs to do with the New York Rangers because he was able to do this with the Pittsburgh Penguins, a team that I thought was pretty much dead and buried after the Rangers beat him in 2015. Boy, was I wrong. And now you look at them, you look at what he's been able to do, even in the seasons where Crosby was out for a good amount of time. So can Sullivan come in, bring order to this chaos, and flash those 2 Stanley Cup rings and let everybody know, hey, you should listen to me. Maybe you might do something.
Yeah. And Mark, last thing I'll say about Sullivan, for him to win a cup with the New York Rangers, he has to do something only 3 head coaches have ever done in NHL history, which is win a cup with different teams.
Bowman?
Yeah, that's a tough order.
Dan Bowman is the obvious one. Did it with 3 teams: Montreal, Pittsburgh, and Detroit.
Scott Bowman is the only one to win it with 3 teams.
Mm-hmm. And then there's two guys in like the 1920s and 1930s, Dick Irvin with Toronto and Montreal, and Tommy Gorman with the Blackhawks and the Montreal Maroons.
Wow.
That's it. Those are the only coaches to win a Stanley Cup with different teams.
And by the way, and you're right about that. You want the Kachuk brothers on your team, but you also want to make sure you can cultivate your own ones. And
Yeah,
Will Coley's one of those guys you can look at. Well, guys, right now we're an hour 20 into this one. The stream hasn't collapsed. But let's
yay! Happy about that because that was really
still so shocking today. Let's do some NHL or New York Rangers bar talk.
Shot. This is the easiest I've ever had to answer.
I'm gonna say beer. I can't even begin to describe.
I'm actually going to go crazy. I'm going to buy everybody around on this one. All right, Evan, go ahead. Introduce us.
Welcome back to Big Apple Hockey's layup talk, everyone. We got the Blake Griffin jersey on deck today. Yeah, so be ready for the Mark Williams layups, the spelling mistakes. It's going to be fun. Hoop time.
Well, and that's
Too bad
exactly
there's no
that.
Anthony
We're also
Patrol
gauging
behind
our
the
confidence
scenes.
on NHL topics. Based
Oh
on
yeah,
you're confident you're buying around, so I'll have a beer, or oh God, I need a shot. Put your comments down in the comments section. And let's start with JT Miller. Since he was traded to Vancouver, 436 games, and he's 472 points. He's got 1.08 points per game, and that's 16th best in the NHL. Matt, I'll start with you on this one. JT Miller will have a bounce back season of 90 to 100 points.
I'll go beer. I think he's capable of doing it. I think, again, it's just I think the system will fit in terms of how Mike Sullivan wants to play. But again, it goes back to are the players around him and are his line mates going to support him in order to achieve that goal? Because listen, I think, like I said, I think Miller's a good player. I don't think on his own he's able to put up 90 to 100 points. I do think he does need a good supporting cast system around him. So again, it's going to come down to his lineups. I know Mika Zibanejad at least looked better on his wing when he got moved there towards the end of last season. Again, does he replicate that type of play that we saw last year from him? You know, who ends up playing on the left side of him? Is it a guy like Will Cooley? Is it a guy like Alexis Lafreniere? So that's all going to depend. Like I said, I think JT Miller is good enough to accomplish that goal. I just think he's going to need some help to do that. So I'll go beer.
Evan, JT Miller, 90 to 100 points.
I'll say beer also. I agree with a lot with what Matt said and what the chat's saying, that a lot of it really depends on line mates. And then the other thing that also really matters is the power play going to function this year? Because last year it was just broken completely, and I don't expect it to be as bad as it was down the stretch last year. But is it going to be even just half as good as it needed to be down the stretch last year? Because that would be a huge improvement at this point. So I don't know. I could also see a world where he's kind of just slightly under and be like 88, 89 points and just like miss out on that 90 point mark. So I got to go beer here.
Steven, is he going to rebound?
I don't know. Is he going to rebound? Yeah, I think he's going to rebound because he had, I think, 70 points, 72? I don't think he's going to hit 90. So, shot for me.
Okay.
I think he'll get close to a point per game. Like 80, 81 points maybe, but I don't think he's going to hit 90.
All right, Phil, what do you think?
He was over a point per game with the Rangers last year. And he dragged Mika Zibanejad kind of back to life, who was a point per game after Miller came back to New York. So I think it's possible. I'm going to go beer just because I'm not totally convinced that 90 to 100 is going to happen, but I wouldn't rule it out completely.
90 to 100 expands that far beyond what I thought we were going to have. Steven, if I'm correct, the last New York Rangers center to have 100 points in the season was Mark Messier in 91-92, correct?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
I think this is actually a really good point from This Is Better. Like, how long is it going to take for them to get that system down?
That's going to be a great question. And you saw with the Lane Vigneault, there was a learning curve. You saw with Peter Laviolette, there wasn't one. So it's just a matter of how quickly the players could get there.
And
I'm
also, how does the Olympic break affect the team?
That too. That's
That too.
actually a good point too.
That too. So I'm actually going to go shot on this. I just don't have the faith that it's going to happen. Speaking about the Olympic break, there's going to be at least the goaltender is going to have a 2-week break. So hopefully he'll stay sharp in that case and not return the way he did after the Four Nations. Oh, yeah, anybody remembers that game? Let's go to the guy that JT Miller was playing with when he first got to back to the New York Rangers, Mika Zibanejad. You look at what he was doing, Mika Zibanejad, from October to the beginning of the season all the way to the end of January, 29 points, 9 goals, and 20 assists. And then after JT Miller, over a point per game, 33 points or around that. But he was on the wing, and they're paying him to be a center. Evan, Mika Zibanejad's future is at right wing.
The thing is, like, are you asking this, like, do I think he should only stick to the wing, or will the Rangers commit to him on the wing? Because that's two different questions.
In your opinion, you are the Rangers.
If I was the Rangers, I mean, then I would say get the hoop. I mean, because I've been asking for him to be a winger for a bit now, and, you know, I was glad they did it when they got him. The problem really is I don't know if they could keep him there just because of the fact that you have a black hole right now at the 3C unless Noah Laba really continues in his, you know, good rookie games. If he builds on that in the preseason to where he can make the team, then we're having a different conversation. But yeah, I mean, he's got to be a winger. You have to keep him next to JT Miller based on what we saw last year.
Steven, is it Mika Zibanejad a wing?
Yeah, this is very similar to Claude Giroux and Steven Stamkos in the past. He hit a point in his career where he just doesn't have the tool set anymore to play center at the highest level. So, you know, giving him a little bit less responsibility, playing him on the wing, has really worked out the second half of last season. So I think that's where they're going to play him. Also, the fact that they right away committed to 2 years of Juuso Parssinen the moment the season ended is kind of a hint that this is where they were going anyway. So,
yeah, so it's around. All right.
Yeah.
Phil, Mika Zibanejad a wing?
I'm going to go around because it seems like what I've been hearing seems like he's going to be playing there. And I think that they're happy with the way that he played down the stretch. He looked like reinvigorated and revived. I'm not sure he has it in him to play center anymore. If he ends up back at center, I wonder what's going wrong with this team and how bad of shape they're in. So, yeah, I got to say him at right wing. And then, I mean, listen, he's probably not going to be worth $8.5 million at center. But if he could be like a point per game winger and, you know, you're getting that type of production out of the wing, okay, then that's worth 8.5 on the wing. No, I mean, I would say so at the least. So, yeah, I mean, Jay's right. Sully seemed pretty adamant about it. And I think, you know, we talked about getting players and putting them in the right positions and optimal positions to succeed. I think that would fall within that line. So, yeah, I think we're looking at him as a right winger from now on.
Maddie, what do you think? Z-Bad is an RW?
Sir Marcus, please get your hoop out. Because, yeah, listen, if the Rangers want to get the best version out of Mika Zibanejad, and Mika Zibanejad wants to be the best version of himself, he has to be a winger. I think I think the two aspects when I look at for if you want to be a top center in this league, I think one, you have to be able to play that physical game. And I think Mika Zibanejad over the last couple of years has lost his physicality. And second of all, I think you have to be a solid shutdown center as well. And I think over the last couple of years, well, I don't think Mika is a black hole in terms of defensively. I think his defensive game has slipped as well over the past couple of years. Yeah. So for me, like I said, if the Rangers want to get the best version out of Mika and Mika wants to get the best version of himself, he needs to be on the wing. But it also goes back to the point of, what Evan was saying before. It's like, okay, you're going to play Mika on the wing. He might be better, but is that worth having the black hole of Juuso Parssinen as your 3C? Listen, if the Rangers, for me, if they had, let's just say, and I was saying this before, but if the Rangers went out this offseason and they didn't bring back Parssinen, they didn't sign Taylor Radish, and they brought in a Pius Suter type to be your 3C, I would be very comfortable playing with Mika at the wing. But they didn't. They have to deal with having Juuso Parssinen there. But I think, like I said, for me, I think if you want to get the best version of Mika, you just have to play him on the wing and suck it up with Parssinen as your 3C. Or maybe even Noah Laba maybe Noah Laba impresses and he comes out and, in training camp and preseason and, takes that 3C spot for himself.
Yeah, and also, Matt, it's easier in the season, during the season, to trade for a third-line center than for a top-6 winger, if you're really going that way.
Yeah.
So.
And usually I'd say it's a hat trick, guys, but I'm going to go cheers on this one too. I do not like where his game is going, and I keep on saying it. We pay him to be a center, or the Rangers pay him to be a center.
Mark,
usually I don't drop the weight.
Is it really a hat trick if 5 people agree?
I don't know what it would be right after that, but you're right about that one, Steven. I guess I would say, would you say it's like Jen? Maybe
can we take the Dave Chappelle sound clip from Rick James, Unity? That would be a little more appropriate.
That would be.
Yahtzee. It's 5. It's Yahtzee.
Yeah, Yahtzee would be a good one too.
Phil, on June 12th, Chris Kreider was traded to the Anaheim Ducks, and last season, Will Cooley had 25 goals and 20 assists for 45 points. Phil, starting with you. Will Cooley can replace Chris Kreider's production.
So, are we talking this past year's Chris Kreider?
I think the guideline we said is 30 goals, 20 assists, 50 points.
Somewhere in that range.
Somewhere in that range. So bad Chris Kreider in a way.
I'm between beer and round. It depends on. All right, so is he on power play 1? Because if he's your net front guy, I honestly think that he can get 30 goals. And I think with that increase in points, I think that he can get the 50 points as well. I'm gonna go. You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna go round. Round. I do think that I think he's gonna get more top 6 time because he split it last year. I know that a lot of his points came earlier on in the year when he was on that line with Kakko and Hedl, and that was their best line in October, November or so, even into December. But I do think he's going to get more time. If he's on power play 1 and he's the net front guy or the slot guy in the bumper, I do think he's going to get. No, I don't think we're talking about 40 to 50 goal Kreider because that's really
no, not yet.
It's an outlier. So Chris Kreider wasn't even really a legitimate 50 goal guy. He had 1 year that he had 52 goals. So that's not really a proven 50 goal scorer or even a 40 goal guy. He's really kind of like a 35 goal guy if you really take a look at it in context. But I do think Cooley can get there to 35 one day. I think he could score 30 this year.
All right, Matt, do you think Will Cooley's going to score 30 this year?
Yeah, you know what? I agree with Phil in the sense that this is kind of like like in the middle of a beer layup. So I'm a Will Cooley believer. I like his game, and he's one of the two forwards that I'm really excited to watch this year, along with Brett Berard, just because I think they're going to fit the Mike Sullivan system well. So I'll go round. I don't think it's a hoop, but I do think it's a round for me. I think, listen, and like what Phil was saying also, I think if you put him on power play one as that net front presence, I think he's more than capable of being that 30-goal player. Plus, like I Mike Sullivan's system well in terms of a guy that skates hard, skates fast, forechecks, likes to get physical. So I think he's going to get an opportunity to score. Not only does he have the chance, the ability to also score off the rush, but I think he's going to have plenty of chances to score those dirty goals, like where there's fights in the crease and there's those loose puck battles. So yeah, I think Will Cooley definitely does have an opportunity to replace Kreider's production of 30 goals, 20 points, 50 or 20 assists, 50 points.
Evan, Cooley over Kreider.
Beer, because I just don't know how they're going to go about it in terms of the power play units. If he's on the top unit, I think that gives him a better chance of being in that territory. But I really don't know how they're going to deploy the units and, what unit he's going to be on. And I also just want to see a little bit more. I mean, don't get me wrong, Kreider was inconsistent, but something with Cooley that I noticed a little bit, not that he was as bad in the second half of this year as last year, but he does have a little bit of a tendency over the small sample size in the 2 years where the first half of the season, he is unbelievable. And then the second half, he kind of hits a wall a little bit, not to where he's, a poor player, but you see the points not show up a little bit. The difference is he's still good, even when he's not putting up the points, because he's actually putting in the effort night in and night out. So, if he's getting the power play time, I think you could see maybe 55 to 60 points from him. But if not, I think there's no reason to believe he's not going to put up 40 to 45, but they need him to replace the Chris Kreider production, because when I look at the secondary scoring, there's really not a whole lot out there beyond him. So they're going to need to get him to put up that type of production.
Steven, is Cooley going to replace Kreider?
I'm going to buy everyone around because this past season, Will Cooley was second on the team in goals and third on the team in points 5-on-5.
Wow. Yeah.
And that was
There
only
you
his
go.
second year in the NHL. He has room to grow. He plays the right way. As Evan said, or maybe Matt said it, even when he doesn't score, he still impacts the game. He's going to luck into a couple of assists here and there. 37 points, 5-on-5 alone this past season in a down year for the Rangers where they missed the playoffs. Yeah, I think Cooley can hit 50.
Yeah, I like the way Cooley plays. I didn't like how they moved him around the lineup in, I think it was January, was one of his just the months that he just didn't look as good. But I believe in Will Cooley. I think he's going to do it and really turn some heads for the New York Rangers. Two guys that are also looking to turn some heads for the New York Rangers. You look at their draft picks in 23 and 21, Brendan Ottman and Gabe Perreault, both guys who are at the rookie camp. Not so good for Brendan Ottman. That's a different story. Steven, going to go right to you on this one. Both Perreault and Ottman will make the opening night roster.
I think Ottman will. I don't think Perreault will. From what I've seen in the rookie games against the Flyers, I think Perreault needs to bulk up a little bit. Playing a year in the AHL is not going to hurt him. Ottman in the rookie games this year compared to next year is night and day. He did exactly what you expect from him in these games. And I want to also add to that, it's not a guarantee that he's going to be great in the NHL just because he stood out in these rookie games. However, I would much rather have him stand out than be invisible like it was last year. So the jump he made over the last 12 months in these rookie games, I think is significant enough that I think he's going to make the team. The other thing also that's going to play into this is the new salary cap rule. There's going to be a salary cap in the playoffs, so teams don't really have a reason to accrue cap space. So you're probably going to see teams, especially early on, go with 23 men on their roster instead of 22.
Okay, that's a good point. That's a good thing to point out. We always need Steven to come in and tell us the CBA information because you know that like the back of your hand. Bilk, what do you think? Are these guys making it? And I guess beer would be with one of them makes it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I did say both, so
yeah, that kind of throws a wrench into because I was going to say shot because I think Perreault is. I don't think Perreault's making it.
Okay.
The other thing that you gotta talk about here is that Gabe Perreault added about 10 pounds this offseason. And it like I would take a look at like someone like Nathan McKinnon, who came up, had a fantastic rookie year, scored 65 points, won the Calder, and then he started to add weight and muscle mass as he came back along. And it took him time to adjust to that. And then he finally broke out once he really got everything down in 2017, 2018 with his first 90-point year. So it is kind of an adjustment for Gabe Perreault, and I think he needs to play in Hartford. I do. I'm sorry. I went to add Matt back. And
yeah, I got him back in there. And
sorry. Yeah, I would say if anything, you're looking at Perreault probably playing in Hartford. I think Offman makes it, and I think Offman is more suited to play in a bottom six role at this point and learn. As long as they're not going to give him sub 10 minutes per game. Like he needs to get I would say 12 to 13 minutes a game, and he needs to be on that third line, and he needs to have someone that can kind of play drive that line a little bit. And if it's Noah Laba that ends up being that guy, then so be it. Just let the kids cook. Let them go out there. Let them not worry about making mistakes. Let them learn and don't bench them for making mistakes. You know, your job's not on the line, Mike Sullivan. You're just hired. So they shouldn't be firing you after the first year because you decided to let the kids play. Just let them go out there and just do their thing. So I think that's the way you're going to get the most out of Brennan Offman. I think that's the way you're going to get the most out of Gabe Perreault. Let Gabe develop at his own pace. Don't rush him.
Another kid line, Phil.
I'm okay with another kid line. I really am. Like, if you show that you – all right, the 1990 Edmonton Oilers, the kid line. You know who was on that line? Joe Murphy, Adam Graves, and Martin Gelinas. And they were one of the biggest lines for the Edmonton Oilers in that 1990 playoff run. You want to talk about Bill Ranford and his Conn Smythe performance. You want to talk about Mark Messier and how he chased Doug Wilson around on the ice to lead them past the Chicago Blackhawks in the conference finals. Okay, but the kid line was huge for them. Let these guys go out and just play worry-free hockey, and you're going to get the most out of them eventually. Patience, time.
Well, on top, by the way, you're talking about Mike Sullivan's job security, other than the fact that they just hired him, as Stephen will point out. Where did he go to school? BU. So nothing like some nepotism in Madison Square Garden, as the man down below says.
If you whisper nepotism at Madison Square Garden, the walls start to shake.
Yeah.
Matt, is both these guys going to make the lineup? Matty?
He's
thinking.
Is he?
No, my Wi-Fi's like fucking up.
Yeah, it's delayed with the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I'm delayed.
Okay, so they're making it.
All right, well, I have the at least I have my answer. I don't think Perreault and Offman both make the roster. I think Offman has a better shot of making. I don't see Perreault making the roster at all. So for me, I'll go with a shot on this one. My main reasoning is I think Perreault, I don't think his skating is good enough yet to crack the roster and to play at a consistent rate. And plus, I think even if you were to crack the roster, I think he would just be playing on a third line role. And for me at that point, because we know that this team is, not good enough at developing forward talent whatsoever. So, and I don't trust him to develop forward talent either. So for me, I would rather go down to Hartford, work on his skating, work on his game, and then eventually when he's lighting it up down there at Hartford in the AHL, then you could bring him back up. I think with Altman, though, like how we were saying for like other guys like Alexis Lafreniere per se, and this is to a lesser extent, but for Brendan Altman, it's put up or shut up time, because it's been 6 years since he's been drafted. Like, if he isn't going to crack the roster now,
4 years,
the Rangers, he just won't ever. So it's as simple as that. And look, or 4 years, yeah, sorry. So and look, he played very well in the rookie games. To me, like, okay, I like that he played well in the rookie games, but I shouldn't be surprised by that, because one, he's basically a super senior in those games. It's like him doing his 5th year of high school. So he should be dominating those games.
Hold on.
Yeah, like I said, for me, Altman has to crack the roster. I think he can be good enough to do it. So what happens?
Hold on. All right. So Davey Upper actually put out a great tweet about this a couple of days ago, because that myth needs to be dispelled. So the Philly prospects that played: Jacob Goucher, 24. Drafted Hunter McDonald, 23. Drafted Devin Kaplan, 21. Carson Dorwart, 22. Drafted Nikita Grabenkin, 22. Drafted Samu Tomawala, Leo or Tomas, correct me on that, 22. Sawyer Bolton, Eric Bolton's kid, 21. Drafted Tucker Robertson, age 22. Drafted Alexis Gendron, age 21. Drafted Ethan Sampson, age 22. Drafted Ty Murchison, age 22. So you know what? I think there's a little bit of an overblowing there, yes, because there are some teenagers that are playing there. But honestly,
also Phil, several of those players have already played in the NHL.
Yes, and they're in their early 20s, these guys. So I mean, he's playing against the same basically caliber of players.
And one additional point about, Othman needs to look good because he's so old. No one is saying this about Scott Maurer, who's older than Brendan Othman, by the way.
Yeah, because Scott Morrow is the shiny new toy. That's why.
I know.
Well, also, I think defense usually takes longer to develop.
Yeah, no. But if you're going to bring up the age argument, Mark, you have to bring it up for everyone. That's my point.
Good point. And yeah, I'm also going to go beer on this. I think there's a possibility that Perot might make it, but I think they'll send him down because it just makes sense to send him down and get him to learn. All right. I thought that was the last one, but we do have one more, guys.
I didn't get to answer that one.
Yeah, let it go.
All right, go ahead, Evan.
I'm gonna say shot on it. Just because I don't know. I don't think Perot's making it at all. I think that based on what we saw in the rookie games, and like I said earlier, he didn't even look like a top 5 Rangers player on the team, in these rookie games, which is worrisome to me a bit. And I don't know if Othman is either. I think he has a better chance, but I think really that spot's going to come down to him and Berard for that last spot. And Berard did show a little more last year with the team, to where I think he gets that slight edge from management that they might lean towards him unless Othman really blows the doors off of them, which hopefully happens. But for that reason, I got to say shot.
Well, let's talk about one of your favorite players.
Training camp roster released.
Okay, so the training camp roster release. Look for that on Filks or any of our Twitters. I know we're all gonna go put them up soon enough.
My favorite players, according to the Rangers Twitter, I hate everyone. Oh fuck! Oh,
what?
I just saw the name pop up, and oh gosh.
Wait, what?
Right.
I was saying, according to the Rangers Twitter, I hate. Mark said that now we're going to talk about your favorite player, and I'm saying, according to the Rangers Twitter, I hate everyone. I'm miserable, and I'm upset about everything.
I would like to point out that Mark misspelled Parsonen's first name there.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, I did. Oh, is he important enough to even have his name spelled right? How am I supposed to?
Honestly, no. This is the one time I'll give you a pass on that, Mark, because I agree with that.
How is this supposed to be? I'm sorry.
2 U's, 1 S.
Oh, okay.
Well, Mackey's is spelled the same way, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Valimaki is. It's so funny. I put up that Instagram post with that Nate Bargatze George Washington bit where he says, "Spell that for me for Fahrenheit." He just says impossible. It's the way I just feel about Finnish names. It's like, can you spell that for me? Oh no. But
Shot
take a look
around.
at Parsinen's numbers: 11 games, 2 goals, 3 assists, 5 points. The Rangers need to make a deal and upgrade their 3C, which would be Juuso Parsinen, before Christmas. And Evan, since you love him so much, let's start with you.
Do I need to say the 4-letter word?
Lava.
Do I need to say get the GIF?
Yeah,
Get the hoop. Get the GIF.
Evan, you could have just said Blake Griffin.
Yeah. This is the layups of all layups. This actually might be a historic moment here. I think this is like the biggest layup in Big Apple hockey history. Juuso Parsinen is horrible. I saw enough last year. There's a reason this guy's been bounced around. I'm tired of this whole thing. Oh, but let's see what Mike Sullivan could do. He didn't do anything in Colorado, and Bednar's a good coach. I'm sorry, this narrative that all of a sudden Juuso Parsinen that nobody wanted and everyone's putting him on waivers is all of a sudden going to be a good hockey player now is just so freaking stupid to me. I just do not understand it. I freaking pray that Laba just makes the team out of cap. That contract was just such a waste of time, such a waste of money. Again, between him and Radish, they could have just went out and got a competent 3C, but instead, no, we got to go out there and keep Juuso Parsinen around. He's horrible. I'm like insulted that this question was asked.
Wow. All right. Steven,
Okay, that part was extreme. All right.
I think Johnny Brodzinski will play more games for the Rangers this season than Juuso Parsinen.
I agree there. I agree.
I think Johnny Brodzinski is probably a better option at third line center than Juuso Parsinen.
Easily.
Yeah.
So then the Rangers wouldn't have to make a deal, would they?
Well,
No,
ideally they would call up Noah Laba in December, but until that time, Johnny Brodzinski is perfectly fine on the third line.
All right. So
I honestly think that we're looking at a situation where maybe Noah Laba could be the guy. And the word that's just going around is that they're very, very high on him. And all the beats are saying it. He's looked great in rookie camp. He was put a part of a leadership group for the rookie games and stuff, along with Perreault and Othman. That was their top line. But I do think that there is a chance that you can probably see Johnny Brodzinski over him. Wow. The commentary going on in the chat right now is pretty funny. But I got to say this, like, Brodzinski has come into this organization and he has done nothing but been a good soldier. And is he your ideal third line center? No. But the one thing you know that you're going, well, two things that you know you're going to get from him is, one, he's a good role model for the younger guys. And the younger guys, Will Cooley included, have all talked about the leadership he's given, not only in Hartford, but at the NHL level too, as kind of like a mentor and a guide for the younger guys. And that's important, especially with a team that has leadership problems and has had them for a while now.
Brodzinski's the best leader on the team, Phil.
Maybe. Who knows? But
he should be captain. I'm just kidding.
But the other thing,
everyone else is.
The other thing that you're going to, I mean, yes, I understand he's not the ideal third line center and probably not on a championship winning team. But the other thing that I will say that you're going to get from him is you're going to get 150% for that guy every night. Yeah, Soldier by Eminem. Great. One of my favorite Eminem tracks, funny enough. But he's the guy that goes out there and just, he grinds. He works. He's a pain in the ass to play against. He hits. He shoots. He skates. He does what Sullivan wants him to do. So for everybody that, brought up the whole Blackwells and all those guys, I mean, he might end up being that next guy, because I'm not saying he's going to play in a top six. But and he's a guy that's probably going to be a third line fixture, because he's going to go out there and he's going to give you reliable minutes. And he may not score a ton, but he's going to go out there and give you reliable minutes. And I can see that being their 3C, unless Laba comes along and he really blows them out of the water, and that's possible too.
And
I just
so
want to jump
to respond to that comment. If Brodzinski is your 3C, you're not a serious hockey team. We're talking about Juuso Parssinen here.
Yes. And that's what I was going to jump in and say. We have to remember that Nicholas Aube-Kubel was playing games over this guy down the stretch. Like, this is a guy that's the 3C this year?
That's bad.
Stanley Cup winner Nicholas Aube-Kubel, by the way. But yeah.
But
Parsons.
yeah, I think they do have in-house solutions. I don't think they're going to look for anything outside until maybe the trade deadline, if that's the case. I don't like any of their solutions, though.
I have one additional question that we could all go over in like a quick lightning round, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
With Andre Schuster and Connor Sherry on a PTO, is either of them going to earn a contract in preseason?
I think
Sherry could.
I think, honestly, Andre Schuster has a better chance just because I don't know what they're going to do with Morrow. Like, to me, if Morrow's not going to play every night, I'd rather him be down in Hartford getting the minutes and actually working on his game. So I think that really depends on that. Sherry, I don't know if Sherry's going to make it. That also kind of depends on a lot of different things. To me, it's like I'd rather him be the 13th forward over some of the younger players as well, similar to the way we're talking about Morrow. But also, if Brodzinski's the 13th forward or is the 3C, like we're talking about in this scenario, then, you know, him or Juuso Parssinen are kind of rotating. I guess that comes down to, are they going to carry 22 guys or 23 guys at that point?
I would say Sherry has the inside track because obviously he's played for Sullivan and his best years were with the Penguins.
And other reasons too.
That'd be other reasons, and sometimes just
Is this a prop bet?
Nostalgia is in there.
Prop bet?
I'll think of some sort of wager in that regard.
All right. Go ahead. I'll defer back to you guys. I think I would like to see maybe a Schuster get another veteran experience in there, but I would say Sherry would probably have the inside track.
Yeah, I don't trust Schuster not having played in the NHL in 3 years. And not only that, but the speed of the game has increased in that time.
Yeah.
Not substantially the way that it did towards the later part of last decade, from like the earlier part of the previous decade to the later part of the last decade. But definitely, there's definitely an increase of speed of the game. And I think that's not going to help him. So I think it's Sherry, and I think it's because of his connection to Sullivan. And again, I think Sullivan's going to want some reliable, soldiers that he trusts. But I do think that he has a better chance because I think Sherry could probably play somewhere in that bottom six because they're going to need help there. You got to remember that.
Yeah. I would quickly want to respond to Rich there asking if Edstrom is a natural center. He hasn't played center since juniors, so I wouldn't count on that.
All right, we actually have some Big Apple hockey Pick Ems, Steven. So let's go to those because there's going to be a couple rapid fire on those for you. And
I've got a gut feeling.
You want me to do two things?
Yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man.
Now shoot!
So we got to choose between these guys, and let's start with this one. On Stephen, we'll stay with you. Who are you more optimistic on, Brennan Ottman or Brett Berard?
Don't make me choose between these two, man. I hate answering this. I really do. I hate you, Mark. I hate you. I'm gonna go with Brett Berard.
All right. So now I had you there, Matt. While we got you still before the Wi-Fi kicks you off, who are you more optimistic on, Ottman or Berard?
Yeah, I mean, I switched to my phone now, so it should be a lot better. It's definitely a lot cleaner quality. So I'll just stick with this for the rest of the stream.
Okay.
Yeah, I did. The answer is easy for me. I think it's Brett Berard. To me personally, and I know Brennan Hoffman maybe hasn't been given the fairest shot because he really, even when he's come up or so, and this is more going back to 23, 24, he really wasn't given a fair shot to play when he came up for that short amount of time. What I think was maybe 3 games that he came up and played, and then last year, he came up, he played well some aspects, but then I thought he disappeared for some aspects of the game as well. But for me, like I said before, I think Brett Berard fits and is a very good fit for what Mike Sullivan wants to do in terms of having that high intensity forechecking system. And I think maybe Brett Berard does have higher end talent than Brennan Altman. I think to a certain degree as well. So I think for me, I'm more optimistic on Brett Berard.
Phil, Berard or Ottman?
I'm probably a little more optimistic about Berard because I think I think a lot of it comes down to draft position. A lot of it are, people are talking about, oh, well, this player was drafted, first round. The other players drafted in like the third or fourth round. And I think the expectations are higher for Hoffman than they are for Berard due to their draft position. And if you take that out of the picture, I still think Berard, his game might translate a little better to what Sullivan wants and where I think he could slot into the lineup. But with that said, I would like to see a kid line with these two and Lava and just see what they can do. Because I think Sullivan wants to play a higher pace, more up-tempo game that's predicated a little more on speed. So I do think, and this should not be the logic here. No, and I'm not trying to berate you or anything. This better, but I think that this shouldn't be the logic. This shouldn't be the case, and I don't think it is. I think we should be looking at it and saying, you know what, hey, we have a guy that can come in and be in the top in the top 9 and. Yeah, like in Berard, and he can maybe fit in with a couple of different lines and a couple of different players because he plays the type of game that we need. He's fast, he has a good shot, he's a pain in the ass. Ottman plays a similar type of way, has a much better shot. Truth be told, Ottman's shot is great.
But he's also been very unlucky this past season to not score a goal. He's had some great opportunities and was just bad puck luck as well.
Yeah, I mean, and the same could be said for Brett Berard. Berard had some opportunities that, and then even Will Cooley. Will Cooley had how many goals overturned against him this year? It's like 5 or 6 or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Stupid. But I just think that we're looking at players in a competition when honestly, it should be both of these guys should be getting chances. I just think that to get the most out of this team, you need to have the most out of your young players. And yeah, I'm probably a little more optimistic about Berard, but I just think that there is room for Othman, and maybe especially with his workout change, he started working out with guys like McDavid and Draisaitl and all those big time NHLers. Maybe that rubs off on him.
Yeah, and we also need to address the elephant in the room. Taylor Raddysh is not gonna help you make the playoffs. Taylor Raddysh should not be playing over either of those two.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So Evan, which one are you more positive on?
First, I'd like to apologize for my enrage about Juuso Parsenmark. I didn't mean to take that out. It makes me very angry to talk about him. Same light with Taylor Raddysh because it's just because this is my point. You should be having both these guys on the wings of a legit 3C instead of spending money on Parson and then and Raddysh. But to pick between these two, I slightly lean Berard because of the reasons I laid out earlier about how I think Berard kind of gets the slight edge going into things over Othman based on what we saw last year. Sure, you might argue the other way around because of Othman's draft status, but I just think going along with what Matt was saying, I think out of anything with Mike Sullivan, like Brett Berard's going to be one of those guys that benefits the most with the style of play that he brings to the table. And I'm praying that if we end up in a world where Zibanejad moves back to center at all, and we have to move someone up to the top 6 from out of these wingers, please, for the love of God, do not be Taylor Radish, and please be Brett Berard or Brent Othman. Like I'm just begging to not do this Jimmy VC shit all over again with Taylor Radish.
Yeah, and I think for me, I'm going Berard because exactly what you guys outlined. The expectations are a little bit lower with him not being a first round guy, but also he could be a bottom 6 guy and possibly moved up. I like the way Ottman played last year when he was lower in the lineup, but you'd like to see more out of him and maybe even being a top 6 forward. All right, Phil, let's go to you. Rangers power play overall, they're 10th in the NHL. They were in the top 10 for previous years and then 28th last year.
Gonna go under. I do think there's a chance that they rebound big time and they're a much better unit. But I want to see Lafreniere on Unit 1. I would like to see them move Zibanejad off Unit 1 and like start building up Unit 2 a little more.
Yeah,
diversifying things. Like if you like, I would rather see Panarin on that right side on Unit 1 because he's a dual threat. He's got the shot that can make you respect him, but he's also a far better passer than Zibanejad. And I think that he should be there. I would like to see Lafreniere on the Kucherov spot on the right wing boards. And then Will Cooley in like the bumper net front area. And then you could have Adam Fox at the point. And then, I mean, maybe you could put Zibanejad there if you still need another guy. I don't want to see Vincent Trocheck on power play 1. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He needs to get off there. He just, it's not a good fit. It's not. So if you could build up power play 2 a little bit, you can, yeah, and Unit 2 is going to have to get more than 20 to 30 seconds because these guys are getting worn out on Unit 1 because they're out there for a minute and 30, minute 40, and they're not converting, and then they're going right back to their regular shifts at 5-on-5. So it's definitely needed. I get that, Rich. I do. I get that he needs to win faceoffs, but you need to have a guy that can go out there. But we're forgetting about JT Miller. I forgot about JT Miller's going to be on power play 1. Build up power play 2.
Evan, what do you think? Are they going to be better or worse than 10th in the league?
I'm going to go under just because of the fact that it was so much of a tire fire last year to where I don't expect it to be that bad, but I don't know if they get back to where they were because of, a lot of it hinders on Mika Zibanejad, honestly. And, is he actually going to be a threat again on the power play, which, you can make the argument maybe now that Kreider's gone and he won't look to defer to him. Maybe that opens up the option for Mika to actually use his shot a little bit more. But it also depends, what is the unit going to be? And are you going to actually have a functioning second unit for once, which that's also up in the air. And I don't know if they have the personnel to have 2 good units because, something I struggle with, who's quarterbacking that second power play? Does anybody know? Like outside of if Scott Morrow makes it, I think he does. If he doesn't, who's quarterbacking that unit?
That's a great question. I don't know who it would be because you need somebody that's going to set up.
I'm okay with Scott Morrow quarterbacking that second unit.
But if he's not on, if I'm saying he's not in the lineup, like then who's doing
Carson Soucy?
Oh God, no! Oh.
It honestly might be Will Borgen or Braden Schneider,
or just go 5 forwards, like Finland in the 4 Nations.
I wouldn't mind that. I mean, it wouldn't be the worst thing if they went.
Finland only went 5 forwards in the 4 Nations though because they didn't have Miro Heiskanen.
I mean, what they could do, they could go 5 forwards for the top unit and then split the love a little bit on the second unit and get like Fox and Zibanejad or Fox and Panarin on that second unit. And
They're not putting Fox on that second unit.
Try to-
right now.
I would do.
yeah,
I
don't
would
know.
run.
I would feel comfortable like betting the remaining money in my bank account that Fox is not on that second unit.
Well,
Or that
it
Panarin's
would kind
on
of be more
both.
of a 1A, 1B type
No.
thing than in that regard.
It's probably going to be Schneider, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And it's like, if that's your second unit, you're going to have to count on the top unit to score at a clip that, I don't know if they could realistically do. So that's why I got to go under on this.
Steven, so what do you got them? Better or worse?
Better than what they were.
Well, better than 10th. I mean, you can't get much worse. They were 28th.
Yeah. Over under. 10th in the NHL. Oh no. So they're not going to be 10th. They're going to be better than this season. They're not going to be top 10.
All right.
So that's shot, I guess.
Oh, actually, no. This is just pick 'ems. You just pick one of the
Oh,
other
it's
ones.
just Pick Ems. Okay, then the under. Under.
All right. So, Matt,
I could see a world where maybe they just cracked the top 10, but I mean, jumping from 28th to above 10th, I mean, that's a tough task to ask. So I'll probably say under, but I could see them around like the 15th to 11 standpoint. I think they could easily just be better over halfway. I mean, when you look at the power play units, I mean, I know you guys were just discussing, the Fox thing, which I know. I think it was Filk earlier in the stream. He brought up that Fox is someone to look out for this year. I fully agree. I think with Fox, I think if he actually did work on his skating a bit and he's more of a dynamic skater and, that leads to him being more of a dynamic playmaker, I think we could see the power play being even that much better because even, when you look at guys like Quinn Hughes and Kellen McCarr, they make Colorado and Vancouver's power play that much more dangerous because of their ability to walk the line, get opposing defenders off balance and and to be able to create time and space themselves. So I think if Adam Fox can do that, I think that his power play will look a lot better. And I mean, like the point you were talking about, like who power play to. For me, I just say fuck it because a lot of the times when I watch like Colorado games or I watch Vancouver games, I sometimes see Quinn Hughes and Kellen McCarr stay out there for both power play units. So for me, I wouldn't have a problem just having Fox just run both units. And then, obviously it depends, how you want to space out the other guys. Like, do you want to play JT Miller power play 1, Mika power play 1? Where do you put Cooley? I think I agree with Phil. I would like to see him on power play 1 in front of the net, replace Chris Kreider. So I definitely do think that the power play has the potential to be a lot better than it was last year. I still don't think they cracked top 10 though. Like I said, I think they could be anywhere between that 15th to 11 range.
Yeah, for all the stuff we've said about David Quinn, he runs the power play and he ran the power play in New York when he was here. And they were in 2020 the 6th ranked power play in the league. And they were like top 3 for most of that year. They fell off a little bit towards the end. Pittsburgh was ranked 6th last year with Quinn. So
yeah,
that's like the one thing he's like actually decent at is running that power play. So I don't know about him running the D. I think he will be. I don't really like that, but I know he runs a power play for sure. So yeah, they were the 6th ranked at 25.8% last year, and that's with having a staff that had Erik Karlsson on it, sure, but Erik Karlsson's numbers have suffered since going to Pittsburgh, because he's not running the entire offense like he did in San Jose. So for him to be able to like configure that and get that figured out and have the Penguins ranked at 6th last year, that's pretty damn good.
Well, I look at this and I think just too many cooks spoil the stew, or too many cooks in the kitchen. They need to figure out their roles for everybody. So David Quinn's got his work cut out for him. And where do you put Zibanejad? Is he more of a bumper guy, where he was in his big year that was under Quinn? You remember when he got the 5-goal game? That was 2019 to 20 season. I just would love to know where this personnel is going to line up. So I actually got to go that is going to be under 10th. It's going to be higher, obviously. They're going to be in the teens. They can't get much worse than where they were. Evan, I saved this one for you when I started doing this. Jonathan Quick, is he going to be the 2023-24 version or the 24-25 version that we saw? And because you were right about it, he was slipping at the end of last year.
Yeah, to me, it's the 24-25 version because, like I said before, from January 1st to the end of the season, he had a sub 890 save percentage. It was closer to 880 than it was 890. Actually, I'm pretty sure on that one. I think that, unfortunately, Father Time's catching up to him, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just unfortunately what it is. And with this team in front of him as well, not being the best defensive team at all in the league, I just think that you're going to get more of that. I just don't expect good enough goaltending from him. I question them re-signing him when they did last offseason because not only for the price they did, which was also bizarre to me, it was also because he wasn't playing as good last year. You have Dylan Garand kind of proving he's kind of ready and really knocking at the door here. So to me, you're going to get that version. And I honestly think, like I've been saying a lot today, I think that at some point Garand's going to take over during the season as the backup.
Steven, what do you think? Which one, which Jonathan Quick are we going to say?
You know what they say, Father Time is undefeated. He's turning 40 this season. He conceded 5 or more goals in 1/3 of his games last season.
Oh,
Well, that's not good.
He played 24 games. He gave up 5 or more goals in 8 of those 24. I like Jonathan Quick. I really like what he did his first year here. He won some important games for us when Igor was dealing with that injury. I don't think he's going to last the season. I would be shocked if he makes it to Christmas. And that has nothing to do with who Jonathan Quick has been in his career. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's won 3 cups. He's won a Conn Smythe. One of the best goaltenders we've seen in the salary cap era. Like I said, he's turning 40. I don't think he's going to last the season. I think Dylan Garand is going to come up like Cam Talbot in 2013.
all right, Maddie.
Sorry. Unfortunately, I have to agree with Steven here and like what Evan said. I like Jonathan Quick. Obviously, the guy's a 2-time Stanley Cup champion. I'm sure he's a leader in that locker room. I like that he's won 2 cups, but like what Steven said, Father Time catches up to everybody, and obviously he's getting older, 40 years old. His game clearly did decline last year, and that decor in front of him is also passed as well. So yeah, I it's unfortunate, but I expect Jonathan Quick to look a lot more like the 2024 or 25 version of himself than the 23-24 version of himself. Like what Steven said, he came in. And really, we didn't have a lot of expectations for Quick when he signed that contract in the 2023 offseason. We thought that the guy was already past it and washed. But he came in, he played valuable games, especially when Igor was hurt and he needed a mental reset. And he won some very important games with his Rangers team. It's just unfortunate, like we said, like Father Time catches up to everybody. So yeah, I'm gonna go 24-25 season.
All right.
Yeah, your audio is pretty choppy, Matt. I'm sorry.
And I don't know if you might have to mute it or what. And you know what? Unfortunately, I gotta agree with you. I mean, Steven, looking at this, just you had since January 1st, he had I got 3 games over a 900 save percentage. Sorry, 4. There was a shutout also in there. And he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 under a 900 save percentage, and 2 of those are under 800. 3 of those, let me check that. Jeez, those are not good numbers. I wish the best for Jonathan Quick, but I just don't know if that's going to happen. Guys, I'm going to skip You know what? I'll still do this one. The Rangers at the trade deadline. Filk, buyers or sellers?
Well, I didn't even get to answer the quick one.
Oh, sorry. Answer the quick one. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with you're probably getting something closer. I think he's starting to slow down. I'm just wondering when we see Dylan Garand at this point. So I'll make that quick, but no pun intended. So go back to the one, buyers or sellers, was it?
Yep.
I have a feeling this team's going to end up being buyers. They're gonna be just outside that playoff bubble, and they're going to go buyers. And I don't know. I feel like we're in that like no man's land range where they will need to get to a certain point, and I think that they're going to be they're going forward. They're not going backward. Unless they're like at the bottom of the league, I don't see them selling off pieces. I don't. So, and I don't think they're going to be at the bottom of the league. I don't think they're that bad. I just don't know if this team's good enough to be a playoff team unless a lot of things go right. So I'm gonna take buyers because I think they're going to be on that borderline, and they're going to want something that's going to get them over the hump into the playoffs.
It's funny, Phil. You said forwards, not backwards. I just thought about that Alien or the Kodos Bill Clinton thing. Forward, not backwards, and always twirling to freedom. Matt, are the Rangers going to be buyers or sellers?
Oh, yeah. Before I answer this one, guys, I'm sorry that my internet's fuck.
Oh, no, it's technical difficulties. All right.
My computer's overheating, and then I go to my phone. Then my phone starts overheating. It's just everything's screwed up. The Rangers are buyers or sellers. This is a tough one because I think they'll be middle of the pack. I think they'll probably end up they won't end up being bad enough to where they're full-blown sellers. I just don't believe they'll be aggressive buyers. So I think they'll be buyers, but they'll do more soft buying instead of being full-blown buyers, if that's the case.
Steven, what do you think? Buyers and sellers?
Well, they have multiple first-round picks, so they have the resources to be buyers. The question is, do they really have a reason to acquire a big-time player at the deadline? Because, and I'm going to get a little technical here, with the salary cap in the playoffs now, even if you accrue cap space and you have someone with retention on your roster for the regular season, in the playoffs, that player's full cap hit counts. So if you get a guy like Kaprizov for 50% retained, the moment you start in the playoffs, game one, he's going to count for his full cap hit, not the 50% cap hit. I think this deadline is going to be.
Wait, hold on. So if they retain the retention doesn't count in the playoffs?
No.
That's absolutely stupid.
Also, retained salary and buyouts count towards your 20-man roster in the playoffs.
The deadline.
Well, that I understand because it's on your salary cap, but not. But like, so wait, hold on. So if another team is retaining on a player, like the team that the player is playing on is still paying for their full cap hit in the playoffs?
There is no salary in the playoffs. So once the regular season ends, the retention ends.
That's absolutely retarded.
I know.
Sorry,
I know. I disagree.
Sorry,
I think the new salary cap rule in the playoffs is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
I just think we're not gonna see a lot of players getting traded at the deadline. Also, you can only retain salary.
Yeah,
if there has not been salary retained for 75 days. So December 20th is going to be the cutoff to retain salary on a first trade to retain again at the deadline. So keep that in mind.
So you can only retain on one player by the deadline?
No, you can retain multiple players. You just cannot have two teams retain on the same.
Yeah, you can't do the double retention.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but I don't know. All right. So if that I don't get that. What the hell's the point? If salary retention, I'm with Brian on this, and Josh too. I think this deadline's gonna be boring.
That deadline is going to be incredibly boring, and I wouldn't be shocked if 2-3 years from now they're going to reverse it because it completely ruins everything.
I don't get I don't get how you have this.
Yeah, that's so dumb.
Because fans have been crying about the Florida Panthers winning Stanley Cups.
No,
I get the cap and the playoffs thing, but
Tampa Bay Lightning and the Las Vegas Golden Knights, but you can't like. All right, so if the team is agreeing to retain that money, that's a different concept of what people have been crying about, though.
I know.
I just
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I was gonna say like that's really just dumb. I don't get that.
This is dumb.
It was look. I was listening to 32 Thoughts today on my way home from work, and they actually brought it up, and that's how they explained it. That in the playoffs, the salary cap is based on the full cap hit, not the retained cap hit.
That's
I can't. If a team retains a cap hit, that means that cap hit is retained with that team. That can't
for the remainder of the regular season.
So wait, hold on. I'm logically this makes no sense because how is it that in the regular season that retention counts and in the playoffs it doesn't count? That retention carries over into the next season. It can't be an optional thing where we're gonna bypass this. You're gonna have to pay full for salary for this player in the playoffs, and then it goes back to retained in the following regular season. It's stupid.
Yeah. The only saving grace is that the salary cap is calculated on the 20 players on the game day roster. So your healthy scratches don't count towards the playoff salary cap. So if you add a guy like Kaprizov, the only way you can play him is if you then sit Mika Zibanejad in the press box.
What?
I know.
The best sport, worst league. Here it is again. Here we go. You just screw it up, NHL. You did it again.
So are the Rangers going to be buyers or sellers at the deadline? I think neither.
Okay. And Evan, who's now not here.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to say that the Rangers are going to be. I think the Rangers are going to be. Rangers going to have to answer that question because you can't have Artemi Panarin going in and being a you can't have if he's not signed, and I don't think he should be. You're going to have to talk about moving him.
This has to be the most stupid thing I've ever heard in my life.
And by the way, just to mention, then you guys are talking about the trade deadline.
By the time the deadline rolls around, me personally, I'd trade Panarin.
Yeah, but also, Anthony brought this up last year for the Four Nations. There's going to be two trade deadlines. They're going to try to move guys before the Olympics. So,
yeah, there's going to be a roster freeze with the Olympics, so there might be. You might see one or two deals done before then.
Yeah,
I just think this is one of the most stupid things I've ever heard of in my life.
I'm actually going to go that the Rangers are going to be buyers. Evan, what do you think? The Rangers are buyers or sellers at the trade deadline?
I agree with what Steven said. I think neither, because if this is the case, how are you selling Panarin? Who's accommodating that cap hit come playoff time? What team is doing it? Like, this is going to force, you're going to have to do NBA style trades now. And I think that's why this rule is even in place, because they want this to be where you have big players moved for big players now. That's all this reeks of, because you're going to have to match the cap hits now. Like, no one's going to be able to take Panarin if you sell. And if the Rangers are buying, what are they buying? And who are they moving to buy? Because that means you're going to have to move. Like, Lafreniere might have to be moved to buy at the deadline, or you're going to have to move someone else with some sort of cap hit.
Now, the other question I would have right there is there's still one more year with the current CBA.
Yes, but certain changes have been implemented for this season.
Okay. That's what I wanted to find out.
That's the
Guys,
dumbest
I'm
thing.
glad I got Evan back. I'll start with you because I know you had to run off camera for a couple times. This is the granddaddy of them all, guys. Will the New York Rangers return to the Stanley Cup playoffs? Go ahead, Ev.
I don't think so. Like I said, the only reason I think they could is simply because the East, or the Metro specifically, I should say, not the Atlantic. The Metro is a total shit show outside of Carolina. Like, that's the only team I look at as a playoff lock in the Metropolitan. Because New Jersey, I would lean towards yes, but I think injuries could hold them back. Columbus, are they going to take that next step? I don't know. How much with Washington last year is the PDO thing going to catch up to them? I think they'll be a playoff team, but I don't think they're going to be anywhere as good as they were last year just because of, how much puck luck went their way. So, and then the rest of the teams I really don't even consider. Philly, Pittsburgh, the Islanders, I don't think any of them are going to really be a threat. So, I don't know. Like, there's just a lot of things that need to go right, which makes me undecided on this, but I would lean towards no, because I think that I had them in 5th place, like I said before.
Steven, are the Rangers a playoff team?
Nope. Anything else?
I guess it's pretty thorough. Matt, are you still there, or did you just cut out for a sec? All right, Matt just cut out for a second. Phil, are the Rangers a play? Oh, wait, Matt's back. Matt, are the Rangers a playoff team?
Yeah, I'm just my thing just keeps fucking up, and I'm sitting here fucking being.
Don't worry, I got to get off in a minute anyway.
No, they're not going back to the playoffs. I think basically, basically what we've been repeating this whole time. Defensively, they're not good enough. I don't like their bottom 6 depth, and the top 6. There's a lot of question marks. Does Lafreniere bounce back? How does Mika Zibanejad play? Does like we were saying earlier, does JT Miller, is he able to reach 90, 100 points? Like, there's just too many question marks for me. And then even with the goaltending stuff, how does Igor play? Does he look better than he did last year? Who is going to be the backup goaltender? Is Jonathan Quick going to make it through the season? Did Dylan Grant come up? And then the other question is, with Mike Sullivan coming in, okay, he's going to try to implement this system. How quickly are the players going to, catch on to a system? And then the other thing is, like we saw Laviolette in 23-24, even if they do catch on to a system, do they eventually, once they face that first piece of, that first challenge of the season, do they automatically just stop playing that system and they go back to basically freestyle hockey like what we've seen over the past couple of years? So, no, I think for me, there's just too many question marks. I don't think they return to the playoffs. They finished 5th or 6th in the division for me.
Phil, are you going to quote Jim Mora and say playoffs?
Oh, no. I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
I'm still caught up on that whole friggin' salary thing with the retention. Like, I need the video clip of The Rock telling the fans to go home and smoke some more crack, because that needs to be directed at the NHL and their higher ups. It's possible, but no. I just think too much has to go right here. I think the defense is not good enough outside that top pairing, if that's what they decide to do with that. I think they're going to. I think the goaltending, there's too much question marks in the goaltending right now. Shesterkin, to me, I think that 21-22 season looks more like an outlier than it does the norm. I think he's a very good goaltender, but I don't think he can carry a team on his own, and he might have to in order for them to make the playoffs. JT Miller, you need him to score 90-plus points. Does Mika Zibanejad still – is he a point-per-game player? Is Panarin a 90 to 100-point player again? I mean, it's just too many questions. And then, adjusting to a system. This is the 3rd system they're going to be playing in 3 years. I think that we're at too much of a point where it's just, okay, I think they might have to maybe take a step backwards, but I don't think they're going to. So I think they're probably going to fight for a wild card spot, and I think they'll just miss it. which would actually be the worst possible thing that could happen, because they'll probably end up trying to buy at the deadline, even with this nonsense that's going on. But yeah, I think they're going to fall like just short, because I mean, Washington, yeah, PDO team, definitely a PDO team. They have way too many guys that had extremely high shooting percentages last year that were all career highs. You look at their roster: Strome, career high in shooting percentage, 19.5. Ovechkin, career high in shooting percentage, 18.6, which is for a volume shooter that attempted 508 shots. That's extremely high. That might fall off a bit. Protas, 21.1 on 249 attempts and 142 shots on goal. No way that's happening again. Dubois, 14.1, which is high. Yeah. Tom Wilson, 19.5, extremely high. Nick Dowd, even 16.3.
So, I also wonder how much of the adrenaline is out of that team now that Ovechkin got the record, because a lot of the players on that team were basically going on adrenaline to get him to that point.
Yeah, it's a good question to ask. It's fair. Definitely fair to ask, but I worry more about the PDO and the shooting percentages, because I don't think any of that is sustainable over another season. So, but Carolina, yeah, they look like they're a playoff team. New Jersey, a lot of people are talking about New Jersey, and they have a nice roster up front, but their defense, isn't that great, and Hamilton's probably going to miss time. Jack Hughes is probably going to miss time. There are a lot of guys on their team that miss a lot of time. Not only that, but Jacob Markstrom, guy's leap year in net. You don't know which Jacob Markstrom you're going to get from year to year. And that's another thing that you can't afford to have when your defense is really not that great. So for me, I think there is a possibility, just because the Metro's a mess and the East is kind of up and down. Does Ottawa take a step back? Do they take a step forward? I mean, Brady Tkachuk had a down year, so I would imagine he will bounce back. But I don't know. I just think they're like right on the cusp, and there's more of a chance they miss than make, if you ask me.
This one's difficult in a lot of ways, because again, Mike Sullivan is a big factor. He might change things around. He might actually find a scheme that actually works for the personnel that they have. Then you got so much of this that I just don't know. Panarin on a contract year. Shesterkin, now that he got paid, is he actually going to do well? Or is he going to pull what Lafreniere or the other guys did? There's so many things that point to and say, last year can't get much worse, and they were 85 points. Like, the month of December was one of the worst months I've ever seen following the New York Rangers. If
instead of 4-15, they go 9-11.
Then they're in the playoffs.
They're in the playoffs.
And you know what's even worse about it, Steven, is that you look around, you go, everybody's kind of anointing this going, oh, the Devil's going to make it. Oh. The Devil's going to make it? Is Sheldon O'Keefe? Sheldon Keefe.
Sheldon
O'Keefe.
O'Keefe.
I have a friend that's named O'Keefe. That's why it's all right for me to say that. But Sheldon Keefe, is he a good coach? I mean,
luck of the Irish.
Yeah. His name, by the way, his family name was probably O'Keefe, but that's a different story.
I do want to quickly circle back to the whole salary cap in the playoffs stuff, because I need to say that Elliot Friedman was wrong.
Okay.
I actually looked it up now. Of the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, attachment 25B.2-A-2, the amount included for a player who has been acquired pursuant to a retained salary transaction shall be such player's average amount less the portions that have been retained. So if you acquire Kaprizov at 50% retained in the playoffs, his cap is $4.5 million, which is still more than the Rangers can afford.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. What's going on with this?
Oh, sorry, you were gone. Elliot Friedman was
salary cap.
Nope. Elliot Friedman was wrong.
So what? Hold on. So so it does retain in the playoffs?
It does. Elliot Friedman.
Good. I was about to say, because that would have been one of the most stupid things I've ever heard in my life.
I fully agree, and that's why I looked it up right away. It's page number 75 of the MOU. I will send you a screenshot.
But it's just the other problem that's for the Rangers is what's the Atlantic going to be? Is the Atlantic going to send 5 teams in the playoffs again? Then that's going to take away a spot for the Rangers. And then you're left there going, well, you got to get in the top 3. I think the only team I would say is a lock to make it. I think Carolina is going to make it. But can I really say that when you never know what's going on with their goaltending situation?
Yeah, but they still find a way to make it every year. I think it's safe to say.
Yeah.
Tampa will make it. They'll make it. They have enough good core players that they'll make it. I think that obviously Florida is going to make it.
Are we sure about them?
Yeah, we're sure about Florida. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. They got a lot of questions this year with their fourth line. I don't know. I don't know if their fourth line's good enough to get in.
I think the Maple Leafs probably make it just because they still have some firepower up front. And I think their defense is better, even though I question their offense a little bit. Because it's really it's 4 guys, really, their offense. Because Nyes is going to have to replace Marner's production to a point. I'm not totally sold on Michelli being a legitimate guy to go anywhere near Marner's numbers. But Nyes is really going to be the guy that's added to the big 4 now. So I still think Toronto makes it. It's Detroit and Ottawa that are really
Montreal's going to make it, I think.
I think Montreal is a better shot than Detroit.
I agree.
I think Montreal's got a better shot than Ottawa.
I agree.
I don't know about Ottawa. I think so I look at Ottawa's roster and the amount of guys that had down years for them is kind of it's kind of alarming when you look at it. So Stützle had a down year. That was a guy who had 90 points, 3 years ago? He had 90 points. Batherson's a consistent 65-point guy. Sanderson's only going to get better. Brady Tkachuk is not going to have 55 points in 72 games again. That's not going to be the case. I think Shane Pinto can take another step forward.
Want to bet?
Dylan Cousins has 16 points in 21 games of bet. Yeah, bet. I see what you did there. But Thomas Chabot could be a 50-point defenseman again. Josh Norris is now gone, obviously, for Dylan Cousins, who had 16 points in 21 games. I think that's a guy that's probably going to put up better numbers. I do think they have a bunch of guys that you can kind of count on for, bounce backs. And I do think that they're in a pretty good position. Detroit, I think Lucas Raymond I think he's going to score 90 to 100 points this year. And I think Marco Kasper is going to break out. And I think John Gibson being in Detroit is going to help them in net because they've had problems for a while in net there.
Guys, I'm going to sign off here for me because I have to get going right now. But let me leave with this when it comes to Ottawa. Remember back at the early part of this decade when Vancouver upset the defending Stanley Cup champion St. Louis Blues. And when that happened, they were St. Louis Blues were Demco'd, as it was said. And you're like, oh, wow, there's going to be a new changing of the guard, and they're going to be the new thing. And then they never took the next step. And the coach of the team was Travis Green. Is it going to happen again with them? That's where you got to wonder about that. Are they going to have enough in net? Even though I think it was Levi Marilainen, if I remember his name right. Yeah, I have to do that just off the top of my head. But could Ottawa still be good? Yeah. I mean, now they made the playoffs, so I'm happy for them. It's just there's so many teams in the East that they're just going to be stepping over each other to get there. And you got some teams in the West that actually are trying to make the playoffs. I have no idea if Chicago will ever again, but that's a different story.
No, in a few years, trust me.
Yeah, after they get every number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, and in terms of the Detroit Red Wings, they have now missed the playoffs. What is it, Phil? 11 years in a row?
Detroit has not made it since 2015-16. I believe that was their last year that they made it.
So 10 seasons in a row, they've now missed the playoffs. You have to be careful not to turn into the Buffalo Sabres at this point.
That's why Steve and I always talk about it. Culture matters. And the Sabres are about to go into their third rebuild or their second rebuild in their rebuilds.
No, it's their year this time around.
I think this year they drafted players that weren't born yet the last time they won a playoff round.
Yeah, it was Pavel Datsyuk's last year, so it was 2015-16 that they made it. So 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 9 years.
9 years, all right.
All right. Yeah, so for me, guys, you can go ahead. I just got to sign off. I'll talk to you guys later.
I quickly want to respond to some of the questions in the comments about the new CBA stuff. There's no prorated cap in the playoffs. Everyone has the 95.5 million cap ceiling, and every player counts as for their AAV. So not whatever was left when they were traded, minus of course what was retained. But teams are also on the hook for whatever they have on LTIR and retained salary.
Isn't it also something about how it doesn't matter what the roster is? It's a matter like the cap hit has to add up with on ice players only. Wasn't that like the rule?
Every game, teams I think have to now submit their team 6 hours before the puck drops, so they can be cap compliant with the 20 players that are on the sheet for that game.
That makes things interesting though, because like if you have a game time decision type player in that scenario, it's like, what do you do?
Yeah, that I get they're trying to eliminate like paper transactions and stuff like that. But,
so paper transactions are already gone. If a player is sent down, they have to report to the AHL, play at least one game before they can be called up again. So paper transactions are done.
I think they're doing too much with this, honestly. Like, I get
it's an overcorrection. Evan.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is an overcorrection. I'm with you both on that.
It is.
Yeah, like I get the whole thing that people didn't like, teams activating guys that were injured for half the year or all year, but like this is too much. Like if a team's willing to play shorthanded to make the cap work, then like they should be allowed to do that. To me, that's just bizarre.
Yeah. So to me, Evan, like the solution I came up with was this, and this was mostly about the Kucherov thing a few years ago, right? When a player goes on LTIR, an independent physician has to examine the player, right? Goes on LTIR. The moment that independent physician clears the player medically to play, the team then has 24 hours to become cap compliant. Otherwise, that player is ineligible for the playoffs. That would have been a much better system than whatever they came up with now.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I do think that they went about this the complete wrong way, and I get it. It's a reaction to the backlash for teams like Vegas and Tampa that have done this year after year and have gotten away with it. Thanks a lot, guys. You screwed everybody.
Listen, it all started in 2015 with Patrick Kane, who was on LTIR. They traded for Antoine Vermette. They activated Kane, game one of the playoffs, and then they beat the Tampa Bay Lightning in the final. And funnily enough, that summer, the Tampa Bay Lightning opted for a rule change. And 28 other teams voted against the change. The only team that voted in favor of a rule change were the St. Louis Blues. Every other team
St. Louis Blues
voted against changing the LTIR rule.
I just, what it is. I get that they've, if they want to play without Mark Stone for an entire year and have him come back for the playoffs, okay.
Why not?
It would just be like it's like when teams want to play shorthanded to make the little cap like moves work, like with the Rangers with Patrick Kane when they did 3 seasons ago now.
They had Braden Schneider sit on the bench for 60 minutes because the moment he would hit the ice, he would count towards the cap that day.
Yeah.
To me, this is also like if the MLB started to step in and change the deferral thing because the Dodgers are taking advantage of it. Like, just because one team's doing it doesn't mean other teams can't do it. Every team could do it. It's just a matter of if the player will agree or not. And if the player is willing to sit on LTIR, then it should be allowed. The Rangers should have done it with Trouba. You know, the whole they could have got Kessel.
Fucking idiot.
Yeah, and the deferred salary is something the NHL also got rid of. Because you had Frank Vetrano and Seth Jarvis and a couple of other players signed deferred deals. They got rid of that too.
Yeah, that it's just so dumb.
It is. And as I said before, it's a massive overcorrection. I think it's going to ruin the deadline. We'll see. But December 20th, we'll know more because that is 75 days before the trade deadline. So we might see a mini deadline that day.
Maybe. Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Where players get traded to a bottom team, so that team can trade that player at another 50% retained on deadline day.
That is what you said, December 20th?
December 20th is 75 days before the deadline.
Oh, that's interesting.
Which is right before the holiday freeze, by the way. I don't think.
Yeah, that's true too. There's going to be the holiday freeze, and then there's going to be the Olympic roster freeze. So there's going to be two different freezes before the trade deadline. This is going to be an interesting year.
But it also brings with it a risk. Because let's say you are the San Jose Sharks, right? And the Minnesota Wild want to capitalize on the value of Kirill Kaprizov. They trade Kaprizov to the Sharks for a first-round pick and a prospect. Now the Sharks have to hope that they can get more back at the deadline for Kaprizov. What if he gets injured? What if he has a season-ending injury? Now the San Jose Sharks have given up a first-round pick for a player that has no value.
Yeah, so that, and it's just like...
Go ahead, Evan, sorry.
I was just going to say, like, you know, with the 3-team deals also, it's just weird because, like, usually it would be, like, a third-round pick for, like the Sharks would get a third-round pick in that scenario for retaining the salary for the third team. It's like, I don't know how you go about it, but like, could there be like some sort of like under the table handshake type deals for 3 teams? Like, I wonder if that's gonna occur.
You can trade a draft pick for future considerations. So it look, and I don't know how this is gonna play out. It's the first time we're confronted with this new rule. So we'll just have to wait and see. And I think this is the other reason I don't think the deadline is going to be anything special, because all these general managers have to maneuver around this new rule change as well. They're probably going to have to look at it for a year or two before they are willing to jump on something. When the salary cap was introduced in 2005, I think it took 3 years for the first salary retention to happen because general managers had to figure it out.
Yeah, I just think we're looking at a situation where it may create some sort of issues. I mean, maybe it is a quieter deadline with that, because from what it sounds like, it's almost like they're trying to get rid of the third team broker deals where the salary is retained by another team, which I don't get. Why would you try to do that? Like, don't you want these big deals to happen? Like, don't you want teams to try to make moves to make themselves better? Like, I think like this just, if you look at a team that's on the bubble and their ownership has been kind of frugal and has a history of being frugal and hasn't wanted to make big deals to kind of get themselves over the top to make them in the playoffs. Like, now you're kind of discouraging that management, that front office, from going and making the types of deals that they might need to make in order to be able to make that big deal to get themselves into the playoffs. And I think this discourages competitive balance, if anything.
And the example I just used with Kaprizov going to the Sharks in December, now you have to convince Kaprizov to waive his no-move clause to go to San Jose when he doesn't even know where he's going to be traded 75 days later.
And then now you are. So now this puts Minnesota in an even worse position. If that's the case, I would imagine they have to be looking at deals right now. I really imagine they have to be looking at deals right now.
Yes, if they trade Kaprizov, he's going to go to a contender that's going to have him on the roster the entire season.
I wonder what this means for McDavid. I mean, Eichel, I could see re-signing in Vegas and getting like 10, not 10 million, but like 12 million or something like that. I could see him getting a number comparable to Marner, just because he hasn't had the big increase in points that would really justify 13, 14, 15 million. But like McDavid, what does this mean for him too? Like, he's going to be getting crazy money. If Kaprizov wants that 20% of the cap, or that record-breaking figure, McDavid's going to be also wanting that for sure.
Yeah, that's why I truly believe from the jump that I think McDavid's getting, like, it's going to start at 18 or 19 million and it's going to get up to 20. Like, I truly believe he's going to hit 20 million.
I didn't think it could, but the more and more I see this, and after what I heard about Kaprizov, the more and more now I'm starting to believe that he could get 20. You want to talk about real market resets? This is the guy that's going to reset the market, and deservedly so.
Yeah, and the other thing, like Gabe saying in the chat, he's a center too, so he's going to get more than Kaprizov because he's McDavid and because he's a center.
And he's that much of a better player.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't think Kaprizov gets anything close to 18, 19.
No, I think it's going to come in at 16 or 17.
Yeah. Especially,
I think
great point, Brian. Like,
I think Kaprizov's AAV is going to be 14 million for a team that he wants to play for over 16 million with the Minnesota Wild.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think
what we will see though, this is my prediction. What we will see a lot of at the end of June is UFAs getting traded, a sign and trade like Mitch Marner, so players can get that 8th year.
That was the other point that I was gonna make with McDavid and just in general, like all these other players that are hitting the market. Edmonton really has an advantage because they could give him that 8th year, and when the new CBA kicks in, teams are only going to be able to give him 6 years. Then at that point, that's a huge difference there when you're talking the total contract value.
Yeah, that's a massive, massive difference. But again, I mean, that comes down to whether or not he wants to actually stay in Edmonton.
Yeah.
I wonder how much faith he has in this front organization. Like, this entire free agents it's a market reset because these are the guys that are really going to reset the market. But I mean, I want to go back to.
I wonder how much these limitations that the NHL is implementing now are going to eventually lead to allowing teams to restructure contracts like they do in the NFL.
Yeah, that's a good point, Steven. I think at some point, if you're really gonna like handcuff these teams this badly, they're going to want.
You have to give them something back. You have to give them something.
Yeah, but here's the issue: are the players going to agree with that? And I don't think they will. That's the problem I see. But I'm with Brian on this though. Like, if they get flipped and they have to be there for 75 days in order for them to be able to retain salary on another deal, like, what incentive is there for these guys to play for a team if they know that they're going to get flipped and they know that they're there temporarily?
And if they don't dog it, as Brian said, now you have Kaprizov putting up great numbers on the San Jose Sharks, and they robbed themselves of a first overall pick.
That's true too. That's absolutely true. Because
so many layers to this, man.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Like, will these teams even want to do that? Because that's going to mess with their draft status. That's absolutely going to mess with their draft status.
The only thing for the restructuring contract thing that I think could make that semi-reasonable or semi-fair is if you give teams one each and the cap hit restructures for them, but you still give them the money from their like original deal, the total money, but you get to restructure one deal at a time.
Or they do something what they do in the NFL with don't they have like a contract that doesn't count towards the cap in the NFL, like a player that you retain or something?
No, I'm not sure of how that works. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: the NHL is guaranteed money. The NFL isn't. There's a lot of upfront money that is guaranteed, but there's a gigantic portion that's also not guaranteed.
or allow performance bonuses on standard player contracts.
I mean, that would be great too. It's.
I mean, I still love the idea that you said that you should get a discount for players that you drafted. Like to me,
Yes,
that should be the
homegrown
case.
players, and I mean players that you drafted. So not Matt Zuccarello for the Rangers, or not JT Miller right now who comes back after playing somewhere else, but players that you drafted and have played for you their entire career. You get a 5% cap discount for each of the first 5 years, and then it caps out at 25%.
And it doesn't affect the actual money that goes to them.
No, the player still gets the money, but now you have a situation where a guy could make $8 million with the team that drafted them, or for a $6 million cap hit, or $6 million somewhere else. It incentivizes players to stick with the team that drafted them, which in turn makes teams focus more on the draft, which
something like 5 to 10 rights in the MLB. Yeah, that would be pretty cool, actually.
What is the Larry Bird rule? Can you explain it to me?
I don't know the Larry Bird rule. Like, I'm not big with the NBA's like salary cap or anything like that. But MLB has 5-10 rights, and basically what that allows a certain team to do is basically just give them the preferential contract, kind of like what you're saying, after a certain amount of service time is hit with the team.
Mm-hmm. So. Yeah. And the more radical solution instead of that would be that you could have one designated player, homegrown, only accounts for homegrown, one designated player that's exempt from the cap.
I think restructuring should be a thing. And player team options could definitely help too.
That needs to be a thing for sure.
Yeah.
Especially because you have so many times where these guys are getting no move clauses where it's like by the end of it, you should be able to find some sort of agreement for some sort of like team option in that regard.
Speaking of Evan, I think no move clauses should be limited to 3 per team.
Yes.
I agree with that.
There's way too many of them.
It is so stupid to me how role players are getting no move clauses in the NHL. Meanwhile, how many no move clauses are handed out in the MLB?
How does Will Borgen have a clause?
Yep. The NBA only has like 4 players with no move clauses. Meanwhile, Will Borgen's getting one.
This is exactly why I go back to the Igor. You can't overpay the goalie thing, because you cannot be giving out. If your GM is an idiot and gives out contracts like that, you need every dollar you can get to avoid not being able to build up your defense.
Yeah. So right now on the Rangers for this upcoming season, no move clauses for Panarin, Zibanejad, Miller, Fox, Gavrikov, and Igor. No trade clause for Borgen, and limited no trade clauses for Trocheck, Soucy, and Jonathan Quick.
How Soucy has any type of trade protection is just beyond me.
Yeah, look, the limited no trade clause for Soucy was not Drury's.
No, it's not Drury, but how could anyone have given that guy trade protection?
I know. It's ridiculous.
Like, these things are being passed out like candy, and I get that players want the security of being in one place, but I'm with this. I 3 clauses total, not just 3 no move and 3 no trade.
No. That's exactly what I meant, Brian. I meant 3 clauses per team, which, okay, if a player gets traded, that clause would not count. So if you acquire JT Miller because he waives his no move clause, you have to honor the no move clause. That wouldn't count towards your 3. But the Rangers
end up having more than set amount of players. I think once that clause is waived, I think it should be done and over with, and that's it. That's it.
It used to be that way, Filk, but they changed that in 2017, I think.
I hate that. I get having it in your contract. You want that. That's great. But there should only be 3 of those types of clauses per team. That's it.
Yeah.
If you choose to waive yours to go somewhere, you are forfeiting it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Fully
That's
agree.
it. You negotiate it, and you want out so bad that you're willing to waive your clause or whatever, then yeah. I mean, it's stupid. It's stupid.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, the 25% discount for homegrown players. If 5%, you build up 5% per year after ELC. So once your ELC ends, you start accruing the 5% every year, and after 5 years, it tops out at 25%. You would have a guy like Igor Shesterkin making, I think, what would be $7.3 million dollar cap hit for the contract he has now.
And that's great. That'd be great. Like Igor Shesterkin at $7.3 million would be unbelievable.
And
that would be unbelievable.
And what I said before, you incentivize players by sticking with the team that drafted them.
And you don't punish teams for accruing these assets and actually building up their team the right way.
You reward teams for drafting the right players. Can you imagine the Florida Panthers with Barkov and Lundell and Ekblad, who they all drafted, getting a 25% discount? Not that they need it because they're already the best team in the league, but you reward teams for drafting the right players.
Yeah. It's absolutely and it's imperative that you talk about this in the competitive balance sense. This brings competitive balance.
Mm-hmm.
That's absolutely a benefit of competitive balance right there. It's a perk. It's something that all teams should want to have.
And all of a sudden, draft picks become a lot more valuable.
Yeah, you're not going to see teams dealing out draft. You will see prospects moved well before draft picks at this point. If that's the case, Brennan Othman would have been moved probably. He would have been moved in a trade.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, instead of moving a first any of the years, it would have been Othman.
Yeah, it would have been someone like Othman that would have been moved. And you know what? That's fine. But there needs to be some sort of way to open things up. If you want to talk, I get it. The salary cap is going up, and that's going to have, I don't know. Yeah, the Kovalchuk deal was a big. DiPietro was actually the first deal. If you want to talk about those crazy DiPietro, Hossa.
Don't even get me started on Marian Hossa. Magically developed an allergic reaction to his equipment when his base salary dropped from $6 million to $1 million.
Yeah, that's insane. That's insane.
But Vinny Lecavalier, Brad Richards, Zach Parisi, Ryan Suter, Roberto Luongo, Shea Weber. This is why in 2013 they came up with the 8-year limit for contracts, because it got out of hand. And now that limit is going to go down from 8 to 7 for retained players and from 7 to 6 for UFAs.
And I'm glad they're doing that. I wish it was like that from the jump. And that's one thing, because everyone's talking about how the NHL is trying to be like the NBA. That's the one thing I like that the NBA does, because then you're not tied down to a lot of these players for so long.
Yeah, Evan, I wish the difference between the two contract limits was more than a single year. Re-signing your own player at a term limit of max 7 years is great, but then make the limit for UFAs 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
I would do 5 and 7. 5 and 7 is good.
5 and 7, but the 1 year difference to me doesn't matter.
Is not enough. No, I agree. It's not enough. If you want to incentivize keeping players on the same teams in the same locations, then go ahead and give 2 extra years, so that this way the team that they're with has a better chance of keeping that player.
Yep.
And if they want to leave, if they really want to leave, and let's just say McDavid is pissed off at Edmonton management, and you guys are never going to be able to figure out how to draft and develop defense and goaltending. I want out. I'm gone. Okay, then take 5 years. 5 years and a massive 5-year max deal.
That, or you also get more sign-in trades, which is what, going back to that point, I think is going to happen this offseason, because if there's a guy that's a UFA this upcoming year that wants 8 years, they might get incentivized, to move that player.
Evan, I think in the next 5 years, we're going to see a limitation on that too, where a player cannot be traded in the first 6 months after signing an extension. I think the NFL is going to get rid of the sign and trade.
I really
Because
hope that's not the case.
it's a loophole. The NHL is going to get rid of the loopholes. The only people who don't get rid of loopholes are politicians. Because they use them.
I don't know. I like the idea that, especially because it's offseason. I mean, could you imagine that if McDavid does want to leave Edmonton, we get a sign and trade there before the new CBA kicks in?
I think, well, the new CBA, so a sign and trade on June 30th, where he signs an 8-year deal and then gets traded to the Rangers. I think that would piss off the NFL enough to limit it further. But fine by me. Don't care.
Yeah,
at that point.
I just think that we're looking at something that's it's a situation where I think this is going to come to a head at some point because you're looking at too many players that are coming up on big contracts and too many teams that want to make moves, but they're being stifled by this new system. And at some point, it's got to give. It's got to give. So,
and I understand why the NHLPA agreed to these limitations because players don't want to move. Players don't want to uproot their lives in the middle of a season.
No.
Because they have a wife and kids and families. I remember when Rick Nash was traded to the Bruins in 2018, and they showed his son who was crying his eyes out because daddy was leaving for 2.5 months. Players don't want this. All these limitations will make it harder for teams to acquire big contracts at the deadline. The deadline is going to be, like I said, it's going to be a huge dud, and I think it's going to ruin the NHL.
That's also where I wonder, though, why would you get rid of the 3-team trades? Because, there might be a chance if the situation that we laid out with Kaprizov happens, say that happens to a player with Jacob Trouba, since his family matters so much. Like, say that was with him, and he had to get traded twice. Like, then that becomes an even bigger issue there.
Yeah, like if I play, let's say I play for the Toronto Maple Leafs. I'm Canadian. I live in Toronto. I have a wife and 2 kids, and then December 20th, my general manager asks me if I want to get traded to Utah, and then tells me that 75 days later I'll be traded to someone else, but we don't know who it is yet.
Yeah.
Why would you waive your no trade clause for that?
Yeah, that's why Kaprizov. That's a deal that's going to have to happen within the next few weeks, if it's going to happen.
Kaprizov is going to get traded to a team in the first month of the season, and he's gonna play on the team the entire season. He's not going to get traded twice.
Yeah, I agree there. It has to be that way.
Yeah, I think that might be more player initiated. You talked about how players don't want to uproot. I think that might be something from the players' end then. Because if they don't uproot, then that would be something that would basically be conducive for uprooting them in the middle of the season.
Yeah, but okay, let's say you're Kaprizov, Phil, and Bill Guerin gives you a call and says, "Hey, the Rangers want you, but you have to go to San Jose for 3 months first."
I don't know if I want to go to San Jose for 3 months.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. I think that's player initiated.
Yeah,
I think the players don't want to be uprooted, so that's why that's coming into place, because the players are like, you know what? If that prevents us from getting dealt, then okay, cool.
Yeah. But if you initiate a trade as a player, you want to be traded to the team you want to go to. You don't want to take a detour first.
I get that, but I think overall the climate might be that they might not want to be dealt at all. They might just want to be where they are, and that's it. And they want to have less chances of being dealt. That's why trade clauses came into effect in the first place.
And then just make the move in the offseason as a free agent.
Yeah, it's a lot, like you said. It's an adjustment to make midseason. Like if you get traded midseason, like look at what JT Miller had to do. JT Miller had to live with Vinny Trocheck to end the season. And now he probably found a home pretty quickly in like May or June or something like that. I would imagine, just because money's not an issue for a guy like that. So probably went back to like the White Plains area like he was living previously.
The only way you see a pending UFA on a big contract get moved at the deadline is if that team has a big contract that they know is going to be out for the entire postseason. If, let's say, Mika Zibanejad breaks his leg a week before the trade deadline, okay, you know he's not going to play in the postseason, so it frees up $8.5 million. Now you can make a move. But if Mika Zibanejad is out for 2 months and you know he's going to come back in May, why would you go after a player who, because you cannot play both at that point in the postseason?
It's gonna force general managers to get creative and move other players if they have a player in mind that they want to bring in, and that's a big issue.
That was my point before. That it's going to start to be like the NBA, where you're going to see big players move for one another. Like that's what it's going to have to be at this point.
Yeah, I mean it's. I just think that players want to, like Brody said here, like I think they want to be moved on their own terms.
Yeah.
And I think that not being able to have that 13 retained for 75 days, like that really kind of hurts. Like,
but you know, like the big player for big player thing works in the NBA because you only need 3 good players to be a contender.
Exactly. Yeah, it doesn't work with this at all.
It doesn't work.
No, it doesn't. No. And you're both right about that. I mean, the last 2 trades that I could think of where big players were moved for big players were Huberdeau and Uyghur for Uyghur. And then before that, it was Hossa for Heatley. And that came down to off-ice circumstances that facilitated that deal with the Dan Snyder.
I would say Johansson for Jones, although they were not on the same
level. I wouldn't. That's not in that level.
How big were their contracts at the time?
No, those weren't big contracts or big contracts either. Johansson back then, I don't know if that'll even come up on cap wages or anything because I think he's inactive. But I mean, back then he was $4 million for Johansson, and Jones is like an ELC.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
Yeah,
Subban for Weber, maybe.
Yeah, I would say that one.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Okay.
But like that's what you're gonna have to see. I mean, the only other balance I think they could have done for this retention thing, if they really don't want 3-team retention, why don't they do it like instead of retention slots, you could retain a certain amount of money. Either that or if you retain over 50% on a player, you lose your other retention, one of your other retention slots.
That's interesting.
Something along those lines.
So
that's interesting.
So your 3 retention slots account for 150% of retention.
Yeah, something like that.
So if you retain 75%, you now can only retain 75% total for the rest of the. Okay.
Yeah, like a salary cap on retention. Yeah, like you can only retain. Yeah,
so
I like that.
So who's going to call Gary Bettman after this? Because we're coming up with some good ideas, to be honest.
Yeah, we are coming up with some pretty good ideas here. I mean, I like these.
And all these ideas are better than what's in the new CBA.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because the new CBA is just awful. I don't know how much thought they actually put into it, but it doesn't seem like a lot.
The other wild idea I had years ago is that you're allowed to go over the cap for a single season up to 10%, but then that cap is deducted from the following season. So
I like that.
So the salary cap is $95 million. You can go over the cap by 9.5, but however much you go over the cap is then deducted from the following season.
Yeah,
as a cap penalty.
I like that idea too.
So you are basically borrowing cap space from next year.
It's like a credit card.
Yeah. Like you know what? A CBA, a salary cap credit card. There you go.
I like that. I you know what? I just think that they need to be more like for me, for a league that wants action and wants offense and
killed it.
wants news, like, why are you not allowing teams to have the flexibility to make moves to make themselves better? Like, you're preaching competitive balance, but you're not doing anything to help it along.
No, they completely neutered the best day of the season.
Yeah, that's without question. Without question. We'll do like another 15 minutes or so. Questions, comments in the chat. For all of you who are still here, we have almost 250 with us, so thank you for that. Appreciate it.
And give us a follow too.
Yeah, a follow for everybody on here, not just Big Apple Hockey, but Ranger Central and Statboy Steven and the Philippies. So, because I know for Jeff and John is the other one. Sorry, Steven.
Jack and Jeff.
Jack and Jeff. Sorry, I'm sorry. Well, Jack is technically a name, sort of John in a way, but yeah.
I agree with what Josh is saying. That I want a luxury tax system. It's never going to happen, but like that's to me the best outcome that could happen.
Yeah. So the reason a luxury tax is not happening in the NHL is because the NHL is dealing with something none of the other leagues are dealing with, right? They have 7 teams in Canada, and the Canadian teams make revenue mostly in Canadian dollars. Their TV rights, their merchandise, their ticket sales, it's all Canadian dollars.
Yeah.
However, their biggest expense, the player salaries, is US dollars. So if the Canadian dollar drops even 2%, it puts all those Canadian teams in a tough situation financially. Back in 2011, the Thrashers moved to Winnipeg, and it was widely celebrated. But within a year, the global price of crude oil dropped, which is 29% of Canada's export, which in turn affected the Canadian dollar. And because the Canadian teams needed to be helped out financially, escrow shot up to 17%.
Yeah.
And when the owners fronted what I think $2 billion to keep the league up during COVID, the players had to pay that back, but in return, the players were promised no escrow for 10 years. So there's not going to be a luxury tax because it's going to put teams in the same financial problems that we saw 13, 14 years ago.
Yeah, that's crazy. No, but definitely, yeah. Welcome back, Haley.
We're never gonna see a luxury tax. Like it would be nice, but yeah, I've already accepted that we're never gonna get some form of a soft cap in general. Like that's the bottom line.
Yeah,
the only luxury tax that could work is the cap exemption for homegrown players that we talked about.
Yeah.
I do think that I like that idea of homegrown exemptions. So I definitely think that there needs to be something in that regard.
Yeah.
I think there needs to be a level of flexibility, and it's not had here, and they need to start doing more. Is Mark back? Oh no, I thought Mark was back for a second. Sorry, but yeah, I just think that. Throw back to the early 2000s when Canadian teams could barely survive because the U.S. luxury tax will never happen, and that's absolutely right. Yeah. There were a lot of teams that were suffering, and if we're bringing in more Canadian teams, like if you bring back Quebec, like that's definitely not gonna help anybody or anything. So I definitely don't see that happening, but I do think there needs to be different things that can open up and help out teams, especially if you want to get creative. Like what I don't understand is it's like, why would you handcuff teams, especially with the salary cap going up? Like you want them to be able to make more moves and become more competitive. Like all you're doing is encouraging a team like Buffalo just be like, oh, well, we suck. We're okay with sucking because our ownership doesn't really know what they're doing and our general manager is a dum-dum. So we're just not going to do anything further to help ourselves get better.
Yeah.
Like,
owners,
that's all you're encouraging now at this point.
Most owners don't care about winning a championship. They care about making more money.
Hal Steinbrenner and the New York Yankees. Yep. Don't care about championships anymore. Care about the money.
Would you rather not win a championship paying $75 million in player salary, or would you not win a championship and pay $95 million in player salary? If you're not going to win anyway, you could save $20 million.
No, I would rather win, because all that money you're lacking, that $20 million you're saving, you could get that back by winning.
Yeah, but most teams that make the playoffs are out in the first round. You're not making $20 million by playing 4 games in the first round.
I understand that. I said by winning it all.
My biggest issue with American sports is the ownership.
Yeah.
It's the worst probably in baseball. Baseball's the absolute worst, because
it's horrible.
You have guys like the guy in Pittsburgh who just doesn't give a shit. Trevor Loria was Miami's owner for years and pickpocketed revenue sharing money so much that he should be in jail for what he did. And then there are other owners that just, the Chicago White Sox, that don't spend a lot.
At least Jerry's finally selling.
Yeah, I mean, finally.
But that's going to take a bit until that processes anyway.
Yeah, and it's just you gotta worry about owners like that, and I think that's kind of like a consensus across professional ownership in America. Like you said, Steven, I think that's a big problem. I mean, like, look at Vancouver. If they lose Quinn Hughes, they are going to go back to being a draft lottery team, and they're going to be okay with that for like close to 10 years. Like San Jose. San Jose last made the playoffs in 2019, when Goodrow had that overtime series winner against Vegas. I mean, they haven't made the playoffs since, and they're okay with it, and they're not going to make the playoffs again for probably like another 3-4 years at the very least.
I love what Dario is saying here. It hasn't happened since 1979.
No, the 1 through 16, no.
But league-wide seeding, where you play a 2-3-2 schedule, would actually do what the NHL is trying to do with the bracket system.
No, logistics are bad on that.
No.
Even if you do a 2-3-2, you could have a team in Seattle playing a team in Florida, and then it's the logistics are out the window then at that point.
But what I'm saying, Phil, is the NHL came up with the bracket system because they wanted to create new rivalries.
Yeah.
It hasn't created a single new rivalry. All it has done is make people sick and tired of seeing the same teams in the playoffs.
I have good news and bad news for Dario with his comment, though, too. I think 1 through 8 is going to come back, but I think we're going to get a play-in. I genuinely think we're getting close to a play-in coming.
Evan,
I hate that.
Listen, I think it's ridiculous that 50% already makes the playoffs.
I agree.
There should be 8 teams in the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's it. Eight teams, and that's it.
In the NFL, they have 32 teams.
If Mark is correct on this, because he's the one definitely typing that, it's that more than me. If Bill Daly hates the play-in, then I hope that's the case. But I wonder if the owners and Gary Bettman see it as a cash grab.
I was going to say
it could be.
And the other thing I want to say is there is a quote of Gary Bettman saying, I think 5 years ago or something, that you'd have to get me kicking and crying to put jersey ads on.
Listen, I think the play-in is off the table for now, with the NHL increasing the regular season from 82 to 84 games.
I hope.
I don't like a longer season. I would love more hockey throughout the year. Like I'm not going to cry about that.
And to Bettman's point, he said the last 2-3 games of the season were the play-in.
And kind of was last year.
It was, exactly.
And then even the year before that, when the Rangers were the President's Trophy winners, I mean, it came down to Philadelphia, Detroit, and Washington all trying to make the playoffs on the last game of the year. And that, you know what? That's what you want. You don't want a play-in, because a play-in, let's just say it's I don't know. Detroit and
Ottawa, because I
Detroit,
think those would
Ottawa.
be teams that are
And
playing.
Detroit is 2 points away from a playoff spot, and Ottawa is 8 points away from it, but they're the team that's next in line. Why are you rewarding a team that's 8 points back, and there's a 6-point gap between those two teams to play for one playoff spot? That's nonsense to me.
By the way, speaking of rewarding, if you're going to make a drastic change, I want to see teams rewarded for winning after elimination. So
I don't know how you do that, though.
Simple. Once a team is eliminated, they count how many points they gain, right? And whoever gets the most points after they were eliminated gets the first overall pick. And then the second, and then the third, etc. You reward teams for winning games when they are already eliminated. That's much better than a draft lottery.
So it's like a tournament to get the first overall pick almost.
Pretty much. And you still have an advantage if you are the worst team in the league because you get eliminated earlier, so you have more games to accrue those points.
See, that's where you lose me a little bit.
Yeah, you're incentivizing tanking a little too much. Then at that point, that's the problem.
Yeah, because that's where you lose me a little bit.
No, there's no tanking then.
No, but what you're doing is you're incentivizing teams to be eliminated earlier because they're going to get an advantage. That incentivizes tanking.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, if you wanted to have like some sort of tournament that was going on while the playoffs were going on, where the teams battle, the teams that are not in the playoffs battle for the first overall pick, I could be on board with that because that's more games to watch.
And then those teams have to be cap compliant too.
Listen, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
that will never happen. That takes away from the vacations for the players.
Anything but the ping pong balls. Anything but the ping pong balls, man. Especially the way ESPN covers it.
Last year was horrible.
That was the worst thing they could have ever done.
It has to be done live. It has to be done live. There's no rigging. There's no nothing. And it can't be anything like what they did in 2005, which was complete bullshit because they rigged that lottery. The standards that were required
there was
rigged for Pittsburgh's favor.
There was also no transparency for that draft lottery.
No, here's the issue. The way they formulated that was that you got 3 draft balls if you had not made the playoffs in the past 3 seasons, which was 03-04, 02-03, and 01-02. And then if you didn't have a first overall pick in 2001, 2002, 2003, or 2004. Why wasn't it 4 for both? You want to know why it wasn't 4 for both? Because Pittsburgh made the playoffs in 2000, 2001, Lemieux's comeback year. That's why it wasn't 4 for both.
They had a top 5 pick 5 years in a row.
This right here should have been the Rangers, the Capitals, Anaheim, Columbus, and Chicago should have been.
How did the Rangers end up
3 balls? And
how did the Rangers end up with the 12th overall pick that year? I'll never learn.
Because Jeremy Roenick came out. I have it quoted in my What Ifs video that's going to be coming out very, very soon. Mark's just about done doing the edits, by the way, so look out for that. I have my Rangers What Ifs video, and we're going to touch that a little bit in there. But Jeremy Roenick came out like a day before the draft lottery and said that they should basically rig him to New York or one of the big markets and not to mess around because this is the most talked about and most acclimated player since Mario Lemieux. And the NHL was like, well, we can't do that because everybody's going to think Patrick Ewing, Frozen Bowl, 1985, all over again. And they made the Rangers go to 16.
No. Patrick Ewing was the crooked envelope.
It was the frozen draft ball. It wasn't a crooked. It wasn't the envelope. It was the frozen draft ball.
No.
Yeah, look it up. Frozen draft ball.
Hold on. I'm pretty sure the Patrick Ewing draft lottery was a big bowl with envelopes in it.
Yeah, it was.
And the envelope with the Knicks name in it was crooked. Yeah.
Oh, frozen envelope.
It was the only envelope with a crease in it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I stand corrected.
Did I get something right about Knicks history that you didn't know?
Yeah, so I knew it was frozen, but it wasn't. Yeah. So all right, but yeah, that's what they were afraid of. That's what they were afraid of, and that's why a day after Roenick said this, and it was on TSN's Off the Record with Michael Lansdowne. And if you've ever seen him, like in his wrestlers with his interviews with wrestlers, he's had some pretty heated interviews with some professional wrestlers, including CM Punk, which was.
By the way,
really
I think
fun. Go watch that interview if you haven't, even if you're not a wrestling fan.
I think if you apply for a season ticket in Pittsburgh, you should be able to name 3 players on the Stanley Cup winning teams from the 90s that are not in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna stop. There's a lot I could say about that. You know what, Brian? I don't even want to hear that. I don't need that in my life. All right. But yeah, it's crazy because they didn't want to. After Roenick said that, they didn't want to have it anymore, and they didn't want to have to worry about having to get that type of backlash from it because they knew, but they should have.
And after that, for 15 years, they could never get a top pick because Henrik Lundqvist played too good in that.
Well, yeah, kind of like what we're doing here.
Yeah, I was about to say we're reliving history right now.
Yeah,
yeah.
Let's repeat the same mistake over 15 years. History hasn't shown us anything.
That's legit. That was both of our points with the Igor thing. It's like you're just doing history all over again with this.
Yeah, I remember this. I absolutely remember this. The word was can. We used to say this about Pittsburgh and the New York Islanders. We used to joke around and say Kansas City, but yeah, it's rinse and repeat. It's all it is.
I remember at some point there were more players working in the arena than there were sitting in the stands.
Yeah. I mean, Pittsburgh, they were bad in attendance for a while. I would say like a 5-season span, they were really bad with attendance. And the Islanders, the same thing. It's just nobody. Listen, I get it. Nobody wants to go when you're not winning, but you still gotta show up some games. The Rangers are a team that'll still draw even when they lose.
By the way, something completely unrelated, but something that I noticed with the training camp roster. For the first time ever, the Rangers only have 2 players with a single-digit jersey number.
One of them is not Talon Boyko, right?
Talon Boyko is number 40, so no.
I know. I was just saying that because I was making a joke because Nick loves Talon Boyko.
Oh, okay. Do you know who the 2 are? It should be pretty obvious.
JT Miller.
JT Miller is a single. Yeah, that's number 8.
Schneider.
Braden Schneider.
4. Yeah.
There's no one wearing number 5. No one wearing number 6.
No Ben Harper.
Retired.
No more Ben Harper. How depressing.
Michael Roosevelt wearing 3.
The last. Well, we've had some terrible players wearing number 5, including
Tenorti,
Jard, Tenorti,
Harper, like I mentioned before.
Harper, Ruedel.
Yeah, that was a donation of a freaking 4th round pick there.
But yeah, why did we give a fourth round pick for Chad Ruedel?
That was so stupid to me. And people were saying to me, they're like, "Oh, it's a fourth round pick. Who cares?" I care.
You know who
Because
was a
it's an
fourth
eighth
round pick?
defenseman. You just gave a fourth round pick for an eighth defenseman.
Who's not even going to play most of the time.
Evan, you know who's a fourth round pick? Noah Lava.
You know who's a fourth round pick?
Igor Shesterkin.
That was my point.
You know who's a fifth round pick? Jamie Benn.
Mm.
You know who's a sixth round pick? Pavel Datsyuk.
You know who's a seventh round pick? Henrik Lundqvist.
Henrik Zetterberg.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Pavelski.
Gord was a late round pick.
Is Henrik Lundqvist the best player ever to be drafted in the 7th round?
Probably,
yeah. Has to be.
I would probably say so.
Yeah, Palat was 7th round. That's right.
Palat was a 7th round pick, and I mean, you could say what you want about him in Jersey, but he was a really good fit in Tampa.
And even with what he is in Jersey right now for a 7th round pick, it's like
you get a 7th round pick out of that. Like I that's a win. That is an absolute win. And I'm not saying every pick in the 7th round or the 4th or the 5th or the 6th round turns into one of these guys. That's not what I'm saying before someone goes out and thinks that. But you need to kind of hold on to these picks and not waste them on players that aren't going to do anything for you. Like, what's the point of trading that for a bench player that's not going to play?
Back in 2020, the Rangers traded a 3rd round pick for 2 5th round picks, and one of those 5th round picks turned into Brett Berard.
There you go.
This past season, we had a 6th round pick scoring 20 goals in the AHL as a rookie, Dylan Rubrick. Carl Hagelin was a 6th round pick.
And they took a busted 1st round pick in Elias Anderson and turned that into Will Cooley.
Yep.
So it's why you got to be careful with these picks and not just throw them away pointlessly for somebody like Carson friggin' Soucy. Like, how dumb do you have to be to give that up for a guy who is not only one of the worst players in the league analytically?
Yeah. Adam Edstrom was
eye test tells you it.
Yeah. Adam Edstrom was a 6th round pick.
Matt Rempe was a late round pick.
That Tanner Jeannot trade is one of the worst trades I've seen recently.
You the Tanner Jeannot trade. You know what that reminded me of, Phil?
What?
I forget the name of the player, but
are you talking about the football player?
Yeah, Ricky Williams.
Ricky Williams. Oh God, yeah, where they gave up an entire draft. The New Orleans Saints gave up an entire NFL draft class
because Ditka wanted
Ricky Williams.
Because Mike Ditka wanted him.
Dominic Lakatos.
Dominic Lakatos. Yeah, I know, a 6th round pick. Yeah, I saw him play in the Czech Republic, actually. Nice guy, shit player.
Yeah, that's you can't just throw away picks because there's low percentages of them making it. It's like that's when you want to try to take home run swings. You don't take them in the 1st round with the only pick that you have in the 1st round like they did in 2003 with you, Jessman.
Yeah.
If you wanted to take that type of swing on a 2nd pick, your 2nd of 2 picks, you have a top 5 pick, and then you have a pick at like 28. And you want to take that swing at 28 after you know you got a surefire guy at 5, okay, fine. But when you got 1 pick at 12, you don't take that swing there. You take that swing in the 5th, the 4th, the 6th, the 7th round, whatever. You think you have a guy like that's what Detroit did with Datsyuk.
Do you remember, Phil? Do you remember who we drafted in the 6th round in 2017? Who's currently playing in the NHL?
6th round, 2017. That's
not with the Rangers, but he's in the NHL.
What team is he with?
Winnipeg.
Oh, that's Morgan Barron.
Yeah,
Morgan Barron.
You could argue outside of Scott Morrow, the Rangers' best defensive prospect was drafted in the late 3rd round,
and that was Drew Forrescue.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's I mean it's crazy. Listen, I'm not gonna crap on EJ Emery right now. I'm not going to write him off after one bad year. Brady Shea did not look good in his first year in Minnesota either.
But another example, back in 2013, the Rangers had 3 picks in the 3rd round. Who did they draft in the 3rd round?
Duclair, Buchnevich, and not Ryan Gropp. That was a 2nd rounder, right?
No. Ryan Grubb was a 2nd rounder 2 years later in 2015.
2 years later. That was 2015.
The 3rd player you're trying to get now, his dad was a general manager in the NHL. Steve.
Oh, Steve Thomas. Oh, Christian Thomas.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, no. Christian Thomas was a 2nd round pick in 2010.
Oh, in 2010. That's right. He was 2010 2nd rounder. He was regarded as having one of the best.
Adam Tambellini.
What?
Adam Tambellini.
Oh, Adam Tambellini. Oh my God.
Steve Tambellini's kid.
Son.
But
one of his 2 sons, Jeff, was drafted in 2003.
Yeah, but you have 3 picks in that round. You come away with Duclair and Buchnevich. You're not going to feel that bad about. Listen, you're not going to feel that bad about missing on Adam Tambellini because you had three kicks at the can at it.
Yeah, exactly. And they took 2 home run swings on a guy that was really good in the QMJHL, but fell probably because of work ethic reasons, as we're seeing. And the other one was a Russian player that went into the later rounds. I mean, and he turned out to be a very good NHLer.
Point per game.
Last year, yeah.
Yeah. I would rather have 3 picks in the 3rd round than 1 pick in the 2nd.
Yeah, when it's that close, yes.
Yeah.
When the round disparity is like 2nd and like 6th or 7th, then it's a different story. But like Derek Stepan, 2nd round pick. And that was a play. He was drafted out of Shattuck St. Mary's, which is probably at the time was the undisputed best prep school in all of North America. Like everyone was coming from there. Him, Taves, Jack Johnson, Sidney Crosby. I mean, you could lay a laundry list of players that have come from Shattuck St. Mary's. So I mean, like that's again, it's to the point is that you don't throw away picks for bad players that aren't going to play on your playoff roster.
No. If you acquire a guy that actually plays for you, sure. Tyler Mott, for what did we trade for Tyler Mott the first time?
It was like a 4th round pick, I think.
Worth it. No complaint there at all from me.
No.
Tyler Mott, the first time around, was great. If you want to give up a 2nd round pick for a guy that's going to contribute to your team, fine. What you cannot do is trade a borderline 2nd round pick for Carson Zusi.
Yeah, no, you can't do that. And it was a 4th round pick in 2023. That was at the 2022 deadline. And then they got him from Ottawa for a 7th and Julien Gauthier, who is basically a non-factor at that point in February of 2023. So
yeah.
And I mean that's not bad at all. Like you go, Jay Lewis is right here. Brandon Dubinsky, 2nd round pick. Ryan Callahan, 4th round pick.
Was Dubinsky a 2nd? I thought he was a 3rd round pick.
I think he was no, he wasn't a 2nd. I think he was a 3rd. Oh, no. They had multiple 2nds that year. That's right. They had because I think they took Bruce Graham with their first 2nd rounder in 2004. Yeah, he was 60th overall, Brandon Dubinsky.
I'm looking it up now. Because was that the same year they drafted Anisimov in the 2nd round as well?
No, he was 2006.
Oh, okay.
For sure.
They had 4 picks in the 2nd round in 2000.
Oh my God, yeah. So they took
Darren Over, Dane
Billy
Byers,
Ryan. Oh my God, remember him? I know Brian's in the chat. He remembers those guys.
Yeah. Darren Over, Dane Byers, Bruce Graham, and Brandon Dubinsky.
Oh no, Billy Ryan was the next round. Sorry, I was looking at round 3.
And then
I mean, they did all right for themselves in that 2nd round with Dubinsky. I mean, they would end up getting Enver Leeson years later, funny enough. But there were still some good players that were taken. Brian Bickle went in that second round. He was a good player before multiple sclerosis. David Booth, before the Mike Richards cheap shot, he was a good player. Nick Grossman played 592 games. Alex Goligoski played over 1,000 games. David Krejci over 1,000 games as Stanley Cup and 786 points. And he was one of the better playoff scorers of his time. I mean, like, yeah, it just
2008 in the 4th round. Dutch Gretzky.
Brunner.
No, Dale Weiss.
Dale Weiss, God.
The reason they call him Dutch Gretzky is because during the lockout he played in the Netherlands.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about Brunner for a second, because he was called that, I believe.
And then 2010, we always bring up Dylan McElrath, but we also got Jesper Foskin.
Who am I thinking of? Fabian. Oh no, Fabian Brunstrom was Swedish. That's right. Who? Yeah, no, I think it was Brunner that I was thinking of. Tom Barrasso was taken out of high school. Yeah, I mean Keith. So was Keith Kachuk. Keith Kachuk was taken out of high school, and he was a high first. I think Keith Kachuk at the time was the highest high school draft pick at that point. Brandon Pruss was the 3rd round pick in 2004. I mean, yeah, you can get stuff like this. No, but we're gonna do another maybe. I know I said all right. So there's
just the 2 of us now, Phil. So
yeah, no, I know.
You know what? I'm gonna cut it off here and go to bed because it is almost midnight.
Okay. Yeah, we'll stop it here. I actually said I think half hour ago I was going to do maybe.
I know Evan has already left us. So
yeah. So, but yeah, he was a high school. He was out of Melrose, Mass High School, I think it was. Keith Kachuk. But
by the way, Tom Barrasso, I met him at the Hall of Fame when he was inducted together with Henrik Lundqvist. One of the weirdest guys I've ever met.
Goalies are weird, man. It's even the Shoresy show, even the clip from Shoresy, when they say it, goalies are weird.
But then Mike Vernon was there too, and he was very social, talking to everyone and taking pictures. Tom Barrasso didn't talk to anyone. He refused to sign stuff. He was very closed. He was very secluded.
So one of my friends, my friend Jason and his son Dylan, Jason's usually in the chat, but they met Ray Bork at one of those alumni things with the Rangers and the Bruins, and he said that Ray Bork was not nice. He was not happy with Ray Bork at all. Ray Bork, he said Ray Bork refused to sign for anyone, was very kind of get out of here type thing. Who they said him and his son actually loved and actually talked with them for a while and said it was super nice. You're not going to believe this. Brad Marchand.
I can believe it. Asshole on the ice, nicest guy off.
If Jason was in this chat right now, he would be gushing about Brad Marchand. He said Brad Marchand was one of the nicest guys he's ever met, and actually engaged in real conversation with them and talked with them for a good 10 minutes. That's how nice of a guy he was. So Brad Marchand, quality dude. Especially from someone I'm close enough to know.
I remember years ago, before he was drafted, I met Tim Stutzler when he played a game in Austria when I was living in Vienna. And I just walked up to him and, asked if I could take a picture. And he was 17, he wasn't drafted yet. And he was asking me questions oh, so you follow prospect? And he goes, where do you think I'm going to get drafted? And I was yeah, probably somewhere top 5. And this was in September, right? So at the start of his draft year. And years later, I ran into him at an international tournament and he saw me and he came up to me and he goes, hey, how are you doing? You still live in Vienna? I'm no, I live in Dublin now. And he goes, hockey players in general are really nice, and the bad ones are the exception, in my opinion.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And it's usually the tough guys that are very, very nice too. Like a lot. I know people have met Stu Grimson and said he is just super, super, super nice.
Yeah.
Dave,
Tanner
you know Ortiz,
Tanner
or just hung out with Colton Orr.
Yeah, Tanner Glass. I ran into Tanner Glass years ago outside the Garden, and I just asked him flat out. I said, "Hey Tanner, is the goal you scored against Carey Price the best goal of your career?" Or no, I asked him, "Is that a top 10 goal in your career?" And he looks at me and he goes, "I don't think I even scored 10 goals, so you're probably right."
That's pretty funny. I mean, I can't say that I'm happy with the work he's doing in the draft, the development work, but I mean, he's probably a very, very nice guy in real life. So
yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna end this, everybody. Thank you all for staying on with us for as long as we've done this. But yeah, I think we're gonna do an Islanders one at I apologize to Tanner Glass personally for saying this.
Yeah, and that's actually something I wanted to say, right? It's really important to understand that when you criticize someone on social media, you never know who reads it. It might not be the player himself, but it could be a family member.
Oh, trust me, I've had run-ins with that.
I try to stay away from being too negative or nasty, because you never know who's reading it. And these are still people.
Yeah, maturity is
a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, Dario, you asked this question. I'm sorry. There were a few. Boomtown, I'm sorry we didn't get to your Will Cooley one, but we did, but just later on. But Dario asked why we couldn't get Grzelcyk to a PTO. I think the thing with Grzelcyk is that he's not good defensively. He's small. He's not overly physical, and he's
left-handed, right?
What's up?
He's left-handed?
Yeah, he is left-handed.
So what's the point in getting him then?
Well, they kind of need left side depth.
Yeah, but is Grzelcyk really better than what they already have?
All right, so between him and Susie, like at least if I know both of them are not good defensively, like I'm probably gonna go with Grzelcyk because at least I know he can give me some points. I don't think he's giving 40 points because he played a lot of time with Erik Karlsson in Pittsburgh, and that's why the points were so high. But
if you want an undersized puck moving defenseman, they could have just given Zach Jones another 1-year deal. If they're not gonna play Zach Jones, they're not gonna play Matt Grzelcyk.
I think Grzelcyk is probably a little better than Zach Jones in his own zone.
Oh no, he's better than Zach Jones. But Grzelcyk has the same problem that Zach Jones has.
I think Grzelcyk's better defensively than he is, and not only that, but I think Sullivan would trust him a lot more than Zach Jones. That's just
maybe. But yeah, like getting Schuster on a PTO makes sense because they're moving Schneider to the left, and then you have Susie and Vakanainen also on the left, and then Matthew Robertson on the left.
Yeah, but the last thing you need is more big, immobile defensemen, especially if you're going to play a zone defense system and you want them to be able to play aggressively and be able to pinch at the proper times. Like it's not good. Sorry, it's just not.
No, I know, but there was a bigger need for a right-handed defenseman on a PTO than a left-handed defenseman. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know about that. I would disagree there. I just think if your left side depth is so bad that Braden Schneider is going to be playing on the left side, then you're especially it's a right-handed shot and he's moving to the left-hand side. That's not saying a lot about your left side depth. No, that's just me.
Yeah. We'll see how they utilize them in preseason.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll tell you right now, it's going to be interesting. But thank you all for doing this. We are for staying with us for it was over 4 hours because we had that StreamYard crap out. It was like a half hour in. So this is basically in total about almost 5 hours of streaming. So thank you all for staying with us. We appreciate it. I know that we'll probably do an Islanders one. I know that's not going to get as many views, most likely, just because a lot of this is Rangers driven. But I would definitely like to do an Islanders one. Have maybe someone go on with Anthony and Mark and I, and we can do like a little 4-person unit for the Islanders. But so be on the lookout for that. Be on the lookout for my what ifs video. Mark is very, very close to having that completely edited and done. Just doing some finish ups on that, so that'll be out. But yeah, hopefully we can do a little more of these during the season as well. Maybe even some Olympic ones. That would be cool. So thank you all again for joining. Thank you to Steven. Thank you for Matt and Evan from Rangers Central. Remember, like, share, and subscribe to these guys. Not just Big Apple Hockey, but these guys put in a lot of work too. So definitely reward them for their hard work. All right. Everybody, take care, and hopefully you don't drink yourselves into a coma this season.